Chapter 768. What a joke. The blood debt can be settled today. How can I, A.O. Kun, not be here? When he said those words, A.O. Kun was already standing still in the air. He was just an instant away from the few of them. He looked deeply at Huayun and then smiled as he looked at Longxian. Old friends meeting. Aren't you going to greet me? Do you know that I, A.O. Kun, have been thinking about you these few thousand years? The words he said were like the words of a lover. However, his tone was extremely cold. Longshuan's expression was complicated as she held Huayun's hand tightly. It was as if she had found a pillar to rely on. She immediately relaxed and smiled sweetly. Is that so? Unfortunately, Longxian is already someone else's wife, and I can only let you down. Also, I am now called Longxian. A.O. buys a name of the past, and I have long abandoned it. At this moment, Huayun laughed out. Good, brother A.O. knows. Longxian is actually 3 months pregnant. He saw A.O. Kuin's originally calm eyes jump and constrict. The disdain at the corner of his lips became thicker. Unfortunately, brother A.O. won't be able to attend my kid's wedding. Master's original intention was to take you in as an in-name disciple. You are fated to be my senior brother and junior sister. Unfortunately, he said the word unfortunately twice in a row like he was filled with regret. Huayun's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a knife. Since you have appeared, are you prepared to die? Where's Longing? Does that damn old man not dare to appear? Is he really going to sit and watch his disciple die? A.O. Kun didn't reply and looked at Longxian once more. In just a moment, his gaze calmed down once more. He broke out into a laugh and shook his head. That's right. A.O. Kun really won't be able to attend your kid's wedding. 8,000 years of loneliness. He thought that his heart had turned cold. Only now did he realize that he still cared a little bit about it. However, thinking about the 10,000 years wasted, I feel that it isn't worth it. What a joke. When he said the last sentence, A.O. Kuin's tone was incomparably relaxed. His expression was filled with relief. Behind him, an old laughter that was filled with vigor rang out. A.O. Kun, my friend, you finally understood the word love. Didn't I tell you before that this woman's mind is not right? She's not a good match. What do you think now? The brows of the people here all rose up. That voice belonged to Longing. Following the voice, Zhang Xian saw an old man walking in the air. He walked like a dragon or a tiger. His beard and hair were knotted, and his appearance was coarse. Although he was dressed in hemp clothes, he had an extraordinary majestic aura. Lightning flashed in his tiger eyes. However, there was another person following behind him. It was a middle-aged Taoist with a graceful and calm demeanor. His expression was filled with helplessness. Void inquiry. Huayun was slightly taken aback, a strange expression on his face. It wasn't surprising that the Ling Yun sect grand ancestor was here. What was weird was why this person would follow behind Longing. Did the two of them want to work together? How is that possible? Not to mention the blood feud between Ling Yun and Gantian. Just the two Dao ancestors were enough to make this void inquiry worried. That void inquiry followed closely behind Longing. However, he didn't say anything, silently standing in the distance. Then, he looked at the people here with a complicated expression. Especially Huayun and Longxian. They wanted to speak but stopped themselves, sighing in a vexed manner. Huayun was only slightly surprised for a moment before he didn't bother much. With this person's intellect, he probably wouldn't be so dumb to help this Longing A.O. Kun and cause Ling Yun's sect to be destroyed by the Taoist faction. At this moment, he heard Longing laugh out loud. In my life, I only have one disciple that I like. Not to mention his Tao disappearing and his body dying. Even if he is slightly injured, my heart will ache. Now that he is going through his tribulation, how can I not personally come to protect him? He squinted and looked at the people here. Now that I am here, what are you going to do, Huayun? Do you all want to be enemies with me? These words were directed at the other 3 God realm cultivators here. Tailing Sex Qin shook his head without hesitation. It isn't that we want to be enemies with you, Longing, but we have no choice. Your disciple has been arrogant these few years and has killed too many people. We need an explanation for the 200,000 lives of our Taoist faction disciples. I advise Senior Long Ying to take a step back today. If not, blades and swords have no eyes. Who knows? Maybe you won't be able to keep your life. The Taoist from Daoling's sect was called Feng Yun. At this moment, he scoffed coldly. As they say, if you don't teach well, it is the fault of the father. If you don't teach well, it is the laziness of the teacher. You, Long Xian, have only yourself to blame for Zhong show ending up like this. My sect's old man Patian also died to him. We must make him pay with his blood. The other God Realm cultivator was a girl. She wore a snow-white robe, but her face was dry and shriveled, looking like a skeleton. At this moment, she giggled, Long Ying, your disciple spoiled our Yuanshi god sex plans. 1,000 years of planning failed. Do you think he should be killed or not? Actually, it is simple for me to back off. He just needs to compensate us for our losses in 2 lives. Before she could finish her words, another crack was torn open in the Void Realm River. A person stepped out from within. He wore a red robe. It was Shui. Seeing the expressions of the people in front of him turn cold and look over warily, Shui instantly broke out into a laugh. Don't worry. I came this time just to watch the show. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with evil intent as he looked at Long Ying and Ao Kun. His tongue stuck out a foot as he licked his lips. Of course, if I can get 2 good blood food, it is not bad. Long Ying's white brows rose up when he heard that. Then, he mocked himself. Is this really an enemy? I, Dragon Shadow, actually have such bad relationships with people. Don't tell me you really want to die here. When the people heard that, they all laughed coldly and didn't reply. Huayun's eyes were filled with shock, like he was looking at a clown as he looked at Long Ying. He felt relaxed. He remembered 10,000 years ago. This person appeared and took 3 hits from his master, forcefully saving Ao Kun, shocking the world. At that time, he was shocked, and filled with hatred. However, at this moment, he was just a person waiting to die. Long Ying didn't feel awkward, turning to Wenshu. Wenshu, what do you think will happen today? Wenshu's expression was green and white, filled with embarrassment and annoyance. He kept silent and wasn't willing to speak. On the side, Mingyu smiled. Naturally, it will be Brother Long Ying killing everyone and sweeping everything. Old man Long Ying instantly laughed out loud. Huayun and the others all frowned, instinctively feeling that the situation wasn't right. Zhongguang directly pulled out his sword. A cold white sword light slashed out like a dragon. What arrogance! Just kill this person. What is the point of saying so much? It was none other than the withering sword. It had only reached halfway before it exploded. Zhongguang's face flushed red, causing a streak of time light to wash into the spiritual river. His eyes were filled with excitement. To be continued. Chapter 770. Along with Zhongguang's vital energy, he injected it into the withering sword. The time-flowing light also expanded by dozens of times. In the World River, it turned into a vast wave that charged towards where Long Ying was standing. Within the heavy light, Xin Shuzi casually took out a small bell. As it spun in the air, it enveloped the surrounding time and space, locking it down. Time technique, withering, universe-locking bell. So that is the case. Looking at the scenes, Qiujing's lips curled up, revealing a look of understanding. Since it was these 2 items, then this Long Ying, the sword saint in the past, had no chance of survival at all. Opposite him, Daoling's sect's Feng Yun scoffed. A cold glow appeared in his eyes. Since they knew that Long Ying would personally come here, then how could this Daoling vast habitat not have a way to deal with it? Time, withering, they really put in a lot of effort, really willing to go all out. A withering sword, along with Zhongshuan exploding out all his energy and potential when he was heavily injured, was able to activate the time technique. Who knows how this Long Ying would deal with it? This person was the master of Zhongshu, and his sword technique was also really strong. To be able to create the 9-9 Long Ying sword, a grade 10 Saint Spirit sword technique, one could see how talented he was. Unfortunately, this person had been stuck in the Saint realm for 10,000 years. He only had 30 years of lifespan. Under the attack of the time technique, even if his sword technique was heavenly and his abilities were unparalleled, there was nothing he could do. This time, he was most probably going to die here. Most of his attention was focused on the cloud world. As long as this longing died, then it would be time for this Zong show to pay with his life for Old Man Patian. The beautiful skull demon from the Yuanshi demon sect was smiling in satisfaction, filled with interest. The annihilation of a Saint Realm expert was a scene that was hard to come by in a million years. Shui licked his lips once more, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty intent. He looked at Long Ying like he was looking at food. Out of all of them, only when Su's expression was really complicated. Zhong Guang's gaze was actually filled with pity and pity. As for A.O. Kun, he was also laughing. His laughter was incomparably strange. Everyone didn't know what he meant, and only felt that it was ridiculous. However, after a short while, everyone's attention returned to Long Ying. Even if the river of time was right in front of him, Long Ying's expression did not change much. He smiled and stretched out his right hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, the explosion of spiritual energy could be heard. The river of time was actually forcefully restrained by a force. It returned to its origin, and most of it dissipated into spiritual energy. As for the metal fragments, they suddenly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, a new sword appeared in Long Ying's hand. It was exactly the same as the white long sword from before. There were no abnormalities, no changes at all. The blade of the sword was smooth and shiny. It was impossible to tell that this sword had exploded before. What a good withering sword! Long Ying held the sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. He praised and then asked curiously, "Was this crafted for Wusu?" It was most probably crafted by that Qing Xian Taoist lord, right? However, when he asked this, no one replied. The entire Boundary River was deathly silent. Everyone here, including Zhong Guang who slashed out, was stunned. Their mouths were agape as they looked at the scenes. Their minds were pretty much filled with the same thought. How did this happen? This time sword was the full strength strike of a Saint Realm true essence exploding out. How did this Long Ying receive it so easily? The withering sword that had broken apart was reformed in the blink of an eye. It looked perfectly fine like before and was not damaged at all. What kind of joke was this? After keeping silent for a moment, Zhong Guang suddenly comprehended something. He felt bitter in his mouth as he asked with a dry voice, "Saint Venerable is already at End Realm? What are you talking about?" Long Ying smiled. A wave-like spiritual energy surged back into the withering sword. His expression was really calm. "Qing Xian Taoist Lord and I have some ties. Logically speaking, we should be on good terms. However, since that person is determined to kill my disciple, every day he has been shouting about killing him, using all sorts of methods. If I Long Ying don't react, others will laugh at me for being useless Long Ying. Withering time, are you all trying to take my life? Are you bullying me because I don't have enough lifespan? Then I have to be calculative about this matter." He thought about it for a moment and made a decision. "How about this? You slash me today, and I will return it to you. If you can receive it, then I can let you off. In case others say that I Long Ying bullied the weak and was unreasonable." His voice was really gentle, but when a few of them heard it, their heads were covered in cold sweat. That End Realm cultivator, close to the source of the world, slowly spread out and filled the world river. It caused everyone here to be unable to breathe. Zhong Guang's face was devoid of blood. Receive an End Realm sword? He, Zhong Guang, didn't have the sword technique ability that Dragon Shadow had. Huayan's face was ashen white, and his heart fell to the bottom. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he wasn't able to say anything. He knew that even if he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, it was useless. The few of them had schemed to kill this Long Ying. Wouldn't it be a joke to ask him to show them mercy at this time? That was just a dream. How could an End Realm cultivator's dignity be offended? However, were they just going to watch Zhong Guang die like that? He wanted to stop him, but he saw Alcuin's icy, cold gaze looking over. Instantly, his chest felt cold as he held Long Xuan's jade-like hand in his palm. In the past, it made one's heart feel warm, but at this moment, he only felt uneasy. He was terrified and wanted to let go. In the blink of an eye, Long Ying had already tossed out the withering sword. A white-silver glow waved, and it pierced through the void. Light and shadow scattered, rushing towards the heavy light. Zhong Guang's pupils constricted, and he hollered in rage. He was like a slingshot as he flew backward. The space in front of him twisted, and 10 spiritual talismans lined up in front of him. The spiritual patterns on the talismans had an aura similar to that of Long Ying. It was close to the source of the Tao, the foundation of the universe. It suddenly exploded out, causing the white sword shadow to stop for a moment. Then, many celestial artifacts and spiritual items were placed in front of him. However, the silver sword light pierced through them like a hot knife through butter. In the end, there was a light ding, and the withering sword was stopped, only to see the sword body and the heavy shield that Zhong Guang used to block the sword artifact both shattered. However, before everyone could heave a sigh of relief, then they saw the withering sword turn into a time river and continue to surge forwards. However, compared to the time power that Zhong Guang used before, it was several times stronger. Zhong Guang's eyes were like dead ash as he tried his best to block. However, he was only able to scatter 10% of the gray energy. Then, his body stopped in the air once more. His eyes were filled with venom and despair as he looked at Long Ying. His green Taoist robe shattered into pieces. Wen Su took a look and then sighed, shaking his head slightly. He knew that although Zhong Guang looked perfectly fine, his lifespan had been destroyed. At this moment, his clothes were torn, and he had entered the 5 signs of decay. The so-called signs of the 5 signs of decay. Dirty clothes, withered hair, sweating armpits, smelly body, unhappy self. When cultivators reached the Saint Realm, their bodies would be spotless, and not a single feather would fall off. The reason why their clothes were dirty was because their strength had weakened and couldn't protect their bodies. This place was within the World River, and there was no dirt or dirt. However, due to the sword just now, the void power shook, which caused Zhong Guang's clothes to be damaged. This person probably only had an hour left to live. Close to 2,000 years of lifespan was slashed away by Long Ying with one sword. The strength of an end realm was actually so strong. Huayun, Long Xian, and Xianwei obviously knew about Zhong Guang's situation. Their expressions changed, and they were dark and sunken. The World River was still as silent as before. However, in just a few breaths, Tailing Sect Qiuhua smiled and opened his mouth. Qiuhua congratulates Saint Venerable Long Ying for having a long life and being indestructible. Speaking of which, our Tailing Sect doesn't have any deep animosity with Saint Venerable disciples. Thinking about today's matter, it was indeed a little inappropriate. Why not end it here? Once Qiuhua returns, our Tailing Sect will give you a huge gift to congratulate you on your advancement. The moment he said this, the people around all looked over with weird expressions, especially Huayun and Long Xian, whose eyes were filled with rage as they stared right at him. This person was really shameless. Xian didn't care at all. After he finished, he looked at Long Ying's expression. Seeing that Long Ying wasn't unhappy and didn't say anything, only then did he relax. After bowing once more, Qiu Yuan tore open the void barrier and stepped in. He wasn't willing to stay in this place for a moment longer. The moment this person left, the beautiful skull demon turned around, not daring to act in front of Long Ying anymore. She said solemnly, "Beautiful skull demon greets Saint Venerable. Before this, my words were inappropriate and I offended you. Please don't take offense. My Yuanshi God sect does have some grievances with your direct disciples. However, thinking about it, it isn't like we can't make up for it. Luo Ming and me Tuo Yuo were the ones who provoked us first, so it is our fault. If Beautiful Skull Demon can survive, our Yuanshi Demon sect will try our best to compensate Gantian Mountain for their losses. We also have a huge gift to congratulate Saint Venerable on your breakthrough." Long Ying smiled when he heard this, casually waving his hand. He was too lazy to argue with such people. That Beautiful Skull Demon instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she flashed and entered a spiritual river. There was a flash of light, even faster than when Xiao Yuan left. In a blink of an eye, only Feng Yin was left out of the 3 God Realm experts present. He was also decisive, bowing, "Congratulations, Saint Venerable, for your long life. Today's matter was because I didn't see things clearly and was blinded by others. If Saint Venerable is willing to show mercy and allow me to return safely, then my Yuanshi demon sect will definitely pay you back. My Dowling sect will definitely repay you." Long Ying's eyes squinted, a sharp glow flashing in his eyes. "So you're just going to let go like this? Your sect's old man Patian died in my hands." Feng Yun's heart instantly turned cold as he sighed. At this time, how could he still bother about this? Was he asking to die? Chapter 771. "So you're just going to let go like that? Your sect's old man Patian died in my hands." Feng Yun's heart turned cold as he sighed to himself. At this time, how could he be bothered about that? Was he asking to die? At this moment, he didn't need to think as he replied solemnly, "On the battlefield, life and death are fated and one can't blame others. My Dowling sect has no grievances with Saint Venerable." This time, it was Feng Yun's recklessness that offended the saint's disciple. Seeing that Long Ying didn't say anything, he turned his head and looked elsewhere. Feng Yun instantly kept silent, looking at Hua Yun and the others. He sighed and silently backed off. Shui Yi, who was not far away, had already started retreating when Zhong Guang received Long Ying's sort of time. Without making a sound, he arrived at the entrance of a spiritual river. However, right as his eyes were filled with luck and he was about to flee, only to see dragon shadows gaze, looking over. Then he felt that the area around him was frozen. He couldn't even use the power of time and space. His body was locked down by an extremely terrifying sword intent, such that he couldn't move at all. He felt that if he moved a finger, his body would be sliced into 2. "Brother Xue, are you prepared to leave?" Long Ying smiled, his eyes filled with a teasing expression. "I still remember that, Brother Xue. Do you want to feed on me and Alcuin's corpses? Isn't it too early to leave now?" Shui smiled in an extremely ugly manner. Then, he gave up all thoughts of fleeing and bowed in apology. "I am just joking, Saint Venerable Long Ying. Don't take it seriously. I know that I am wrong. Saint Venerable, please be magnanimous and let me off this time. I am blind. If I knew that Saint Venerable had entered End Realm, how would I dare to act so rashly?" Long Ying scoffed coldly, his sleeves waving as he directly slapped out with a streak of sword energy. Shui still didn't dare to move, allowing the sword energy to charge into his mouth. It smashed a mouthful of teeth into pieces. Even the tongue was cut off. "Based on your arrogant words, you should be executed immediately as a warning to others. The reason why my disciple was able to remain safe and sound in the past few months was also because of your Shui. Therefore, today I will only give him a light punishment. If you do it again in the future, I will definitely take your head. Get out of my sight." Shui didn't even dare to show his hatred on his face. After hearing this, he hurriedly turned into a blood shadow and escaped into the void as if he had been pardoned from a death sentence. On the other side, the void inquiry stage was looking at Shui, who was fleeing with envy. To have such an outcome after offending an End Realm was already not bad. He also wanted to leave, but he couldn't find the right time to do so. Fortunately, the current sect leader of the Lingyun sect was cautious and did not rashly intervene in this battle. There was still room for negotiation between him and this Long Ying. As soon as the 4 of them left, half of the realm river became empty. On the other side, Zhongguang was still standing. However, even Hua Yun, Xin Weizi, and the others treated him as dead. Seeing Long Ying look over once more, Hua Yun was in despair. Hua Yun was originally in despair. Luckily, half a breath later, a similarly vast aura suddenly gathered and spread within the world river. Hua Yun's tense heart instantly relaxed, and joy surged into his heart. This was his master, Qing Xian. Numerous source spirits, The vast spiritual energy of the entire world river was showing signs of not being able to hold on. A moment later, this person appeared before everyone's eyes. He was dressed in a green robe, and his eyes were filled with pain as he looked at Zhongguang. Then, he looked towards Long Ying, Ao Kuan, and Long Ying with a complicated expression. Cultivator Long Ying, long time no see. Long Ying also focused on this person, expressionlessly bowing. Long Ying has been waiting here for Senior Qing Xian for a long time. Ao Kuan's eyes were ice cold and focused like he wanted to remember this person deep in his heart. Since you have entered the end realm and obtained longevity, then age and seniority matters don't matter to me anymore. Between you and I, there is no master relationship, and we can call each other the same generation. There is no need to be so polite. The Taoist waved his sleeves and held his hands behind his back. His gaze instantly became sharp. However, although there isn't much of a relationship between you and me, you have cultivated for so long. Long Ying, your achievements were all obtained through hard work, and you have no grievances with my Taoist faction. However, I remember that Long Ying and I had a 3-move agreement. I also let this evil dragon live. In the past, we had some relationship. However, why did Long Ying have to be so vicious to my disciple and take his life? When Long Ying heard this, his brow rose up. Before the other party could speak, he looked towards the Taoist with a mocking gaze. Senior Qing Xian, are you trying to bully me? That 3-move agreement wasn't something that you, Qing Xian, were willing to do. If you didn't save strength to kill Shi Zi, Ao Kuan, and I would have died on the spot. Qing Xian frowned and didn't say anything. Long Ying's tone also became really calm. I, Long Ying, have always followed the agreement and didn't go against it. Naturally, I don't owe you anything. Even if I owe you a favor, you instructed your grand disciple to plot against my disciple time and time again. This favor should have been settled long ago. Let me ask fellow Taoist Qing Xian, how do you explain the Withering Sword? You should know what kind of personality I, Long Ying, am. Qing Xian still kept silent and didn't speak. After a long while, he lightly patted Zhongguang's shoulder. Zhongguang's body instantly dissipated. He turned into sand and disappeared in the world river. Everyone could feel a bit of true spirit flying out. Under the protection of an external power, it swiftly flew towards the direction of Dowling vast habitat. Although Zhongguang had died, because of this Taoist, he was able to preserve his memories, giving him a chance to reincarnate. Forget it. Let's end this matter here. His voice was flat, but no matter who it was, they could hear the deep meaning beneath the calmness. Qing Xian looked towards Ao Kuan, Long Xian, and Huayan once more. That Zhong Shou is Long Ying's disciple. It is right for you to protect him. Then, what are you, Long Ying, going to do about the 3 of them? Are you going to interfere? A lightning glow flashed in his eyes, giving off a dangerous glow. Long Ying didn't care at all, smiling expressionlessly. Ao Kuan and I are close. In this life, I only have one old friend. Naturally, I can't sit still and not do anything. Taoist Qing Xian's eyes immediately narrowed into slits, and then he actually laughed again. Although you, Long Ying, have reached End Realm, you have been there for less than half a year. You should know that in this realm, even if one is immortal, there are different grades. Today you, Long Ying, are too greedy. Cultivator, you must be joking. Naturally, there are differences in strength within End Realm. How would Long Ying not know that? Long Ying said, showing no signs of backing off. Instead, he stepped forwards, his aura surging, and he was really aggressive. Then, let me ask you, the injuries that Qing Xian and Shi Zi suffered. After 8,000 years, have they recovered? Have the three pure protector gods recovered? Do you have the confidence to fight with me, Long Ying? Are your 2 old fellow cultivators willing to help you today? Are you willing to give up that treasure in the cloud world and lose the chance to reach True Realm? In the battle 8,000 years ago, I only took 3 hits from you. I, Long Ying, have always felt regretful. Qing Xian's expression changed, causing the temperature within the world river to instantly turn dark and cold. In the eyes of Void Inquiry Stage experts, Mingyu and the others, they felt different. They only felt that Long Ying's aura had changed. They could see it, but they couldn't sense it. They knew that this wasn't some secret technique, but the Tao that Dragon Shadow was currently controlling had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Two powerful wills were clashing against each other. Tens of thousands of worlds away, numerous layers of space barriers clashed. Taoist Qin Xian's body was shaking as if he couldn't hold on any longer. However, this process only lasted for a few breaths. After a short while, it calmed down. The incarnation that Qin Xian formed here stabilized once more. So, it is the absolute beginning dragon. You have finally succeeded in this sword technique. It isn't true realm, but the one of the great Tao. Grade 12 world destruction, and you have hope to reach the true realm. No wonder you are so confident. He sighed softly, and his tone was firm. However, it is impossible for me, Qin Xian, to watch my disciple die here. If that is really the case, then I, Qin Xian, won't hesitate to fight. Longing also took a step back. He retracted his aura and shook his head slightly. Longing doesn't care about these two. Let them deal with it themselves. Ah, Qin Xian exclaimed and looked at Longing. I wonder what Tao friend Longing means. The two of us won't interfere. Just sit and watch, Longing said casually. His eyes were filled with blame as he looked at Ao Kun. The three of them can deal with their own grievances. Life and death is up to fate. They can't regret it. The moment he said this, Mingyu instinctively frowned. What did Longing mean by that? He had the advantage and just needed one sword to end Huayun and Longshuan's lives. Even Qin Xian wouldn't be able to stop him. So why did he take a step back? Was it because of Zhongsho? To sacrifice Ao Kun for Zhongsho? Looking at his personality, he didn't seem like such a heartless person. Shortly after, she comprehended something. It was most probably because Ao Kun wanted to personally take revenge. Then, where did this person get the confidence to win 1 against 2? Huayun and Longxian were delighted. Before this, even Qin Xian couldn't suppress the absolute beginning dragon sword. They were already in despair. At this moment, it was like they had heard a celestial voice. They were surprised, feeling like they had escaped death. 2 intermediate saint realm, 2 against 1. If they still couldn't win, then even if they died, they had nothing to say. Qin Xian was silent and didn't immediately agree. His eyes were dark as he looked up and down at Ao Kun. His eyes flashed with hesitation. With Longing covering his aura, he couldn't see through the depths of this person. He could only sense the unusual aura around Ao Kun. This person was obviously extremely dangerous. Dragon Shadow on the other side would propose this bet. It definitely had a chance of winning. Just as he was hesitating, Longing scoffed coldly. If that is the case, then it won't work. Then, Longing can only personally attack today. Qin Xian's brows rose, and he knew what Longing meant. Today, he actually had no other choice. Chapter 772. Within a cloud world, Zhongsho was on the heaven-reaching platform. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked down. The sharp cloud flame knife light swiftly flew out. It directly pierced through the head of a celestial realm cultivator who was holding a green sword in the southeast. However, although this person died, the heaven-escaping energy circle formation still shook under the ferocious attacks of the 5 celestial realm cultivators, and several cracks appeared. That flaw wasn't too big. It was just a flash, and it was gone in an instant. However, it also allowed many cultivators to charge into the formation at the crucial moment. He didn't expect the situation to reach such a stage. 3 celestial realm cultivators had already fallen to his flying knife. The other 5 were still going all out. They didn't mind dying to break a hole in the heaven-escaping energy circle formation. However, apart from this matter, there was some good news. Zhongsho used his spiritual sense to sense that the battle outside of the cloud world had already come to an end. The spiritual senses of the few saint realm cultivators were retracted from the cloud world. One of them even disappeared on the spot. The other god realm cultivators fled far away. If he wasn't wrong, his master dragon shadow had already appeared. The battle outside of the cloud world had most probably ended. The only weird thing was that the other Saint Realm cultivators were still there. He didn't know why his master let him off. He didn't kill them on the spot? Was it Aokun? Shocked, Zongsho's brow was first filled with shock, and then worry appeared in his eyes. Was Aokun really going to fight the two of them alone to personally take revenge? What was he trying to do? He didn't have time to think about it, only to see that the 9 glory light had already descended once more. Zongsho temporarily suppressed this worry. Then, he suddenly sensed something and looked below the platform. The dozen cultivators that entered the formation weren't all killed by the Blood Cloud Cavalry and Kong Rue's Heaven escaping energy circulation formation. 3 of them rushed straight up to the Heaven Ascension platform. He didn't know what kind of spirit talisman he'd used, but even though he was only at the late spirit realm, his speed within the formation was actually several times faster than the old man with the awl. Qingming? Zongsho's gaze was fixed on the beautiful woman in the center. He knew that this woman was in charge of Dowling Vast Habitat. Half a month ago, he used his iron fist to kill several of his fellow sect members, suppressing the chaotic Dowling Vast Habitat. It was said that if his cultivation wasn't a little low, he would have been chosen as the next Dowling Palace head by the various Saint Realm Grand Elders of Dowling Vast Habitat. His background was no small matter. Who would have thought that today, instead of staying at the rear, he would personally go in a battle? Suspicious. This woman had an extremely important position in the Dao sect. Yet, he risked his life to charge into the heavenly evasion cosmic formation. How could he not have a motive? Without hesitation, another cloud flame saber light charged down from the platform. Spacefold. Time accelerate. Fate lock on. Even if he was only at the spirit realm and had been injured by him, Zongsho didn't have any intentions of underestimating him. He went all out with this saber. He went all out, injecting his late soul realm sword intent into the saber. The light flashed swiftly as it charged 100,000 feet. It still exceeded the reaction limits of normal people. In a 300th of an instant, it was right in front of the woman. Qingming's face instantly turned ashen white like paper. However, just as the saber light was about to pierce through her brow, a spirit realm grand elder stepped forward. Beside her, another spirit realm expert flashed and blocked in front of Qingming. The moment the cloud flame saber pierced through the body of that person, he used all his true qi. He actually exploded out all the true qi in his body to block the flying knife and continue forwards. When the silver saber shadow struck Qingming, it was already weakened to the extreme. 3 feet in front of the girl's eyebrows, a pearl could be faintly seen on her head. A spiritual light fluctuation caused the cloud flame saber power to fall. The remaining 2 people still flew swiftly towards the heaven-reaching platform, their speed increasing even more. Qingming took out a purple talisman and tossed it in front of her. Chaotic spirit energy destruction, break for me. Within 5,000 feet, the heaven and earth spiritual energy and essence energy were all in chaos. The various spiritual runes and restrictions formed by the heaven escaping energy circle formation were also thrown into chaos and scattered. Zongsho looked below. His eyes couldn't help but squint. As expected of a Taoist sect with a foundation of 10,000 years, even though it had been heavily injured by him time and time again. Even after being repeatedly injured, a spirit realm elite within the cloud world was wiped out and their spine was broken. There were still people who were willing to risk their lives and sacrifice themselves for the Dowling Vast Habitat. However, this also meant that Qingming definitely had a plan. Those 9 balls of 9 glory light had already charged down and flew in front of him. Zongsho scoffed coldly, temporarily not bothering about the 2 of them. The sword in his hand waved and shattered a ball of white light. Sword shadows flashed, instantly shattering the 3 balls of 9 glory light. The pressure on Zongsho's body instantly relaxed. Then, Zongsho heard Kong Yao holler fiercely, "Go down." Silver spear shadows flew and scattered down from the heaven-reaching platform like plum blossoms. It was really sharp and pretty much covered the sky. In the end, All the spear blades gathered into one and pointed towards Qingming. Zhong Yuan's spear was Imperial Lightning. Kong Yao's spear was both ice and fire. Its strength was even a little stronger than Zhong Yuan's. Gathering the strength of 600,000 troops, this spear was really strong. In just an instant, there was a heavy ring, only to see a person fall from the sky, struck down by that strong spear attack. He coughed out blood, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. However, it wasn't Qingming, but another spirit realm cultivator. At the last moment, he blocked in front of Qingming and helped her block the spear. Kong Yao took 3 steps back on the platform. Her face, which was even prettier than peach blossoms, was first white and then filled with rage, her eyes spitting fire. "Don't even think about taking advantage of me." That silver spear retracted to the back of her waist. Then it exploded out once more. This time it went from simple to complicated. A spear shadow directly pierced out. Halfway through, the sky was suddenly filled with spear blades. Streaks of sharp spear energy pierced forward. It covered 10,000 feet of land in front of the platform. Qingming was coincidentally covered by this rain-like strength, using 2 long swords as well as a fan-shaped high-grade magical artifact to block. The sword energy and spear energy clashed, but she was unable to defend. The protective energy around her body was broken down layer by layer. Even that silver treasure fan had dozens of holes pierced through it in the blink of an eye. The spear attack was extremely sharp, forcing Qingming to nearly fly backward. However, this woman didn't panic, taking out another golden talisman. They exploded in midair, and the spiritual energy inside them surged out, turning into stars that fell rapidly. Each one had billions of kilograms of strength. Pretty much each strike would cause Kong Yao to retreat several steps, the spear shadow in chaos. The silver spear in his hand was almost broken by the continuous heavy blows. In just a few strikes, she couldn't take it anymore. Blood seeped out from the corner of Kong Yao's lips. Hanshi and Little Gold had acted long ago to help Kong Yao block. However, under the strikes of these few stars, they were barely able to maintain and protect Zhongsho's body. Cycle of Stars Will Technique? Zhongsho's brows rose up. This was the spell that Xiaoxiang Zi trained in. However, the stars that appeared in the talisman were far from what Xiaoxiang Zi could compare to. If what he guessed was right, there was definitely a Saint Realm expert who sealed such a technique into the talisman. This was why even if it was suppressed by the laws of the Cloud World, it wasn't something that Kong Yao could take on. In just the 5th strike, the spear in Kong Yao's hand was totally broken. Her body flew backward 1,000 feet out. Specks of starlight continued to fall in Kong Yao's direction. However, at this moment, Zhongsho had also broken 2 of the white lights. He was finally able to take out some strength, the sword shadow flashing and charging out. The swift transformation, Long Ing swept across. However, only after 2 breaths did he sweep away all the starlight. Zhongsho's face was also a little ashen white. Only when he personally took on these falling stars did he know what kind of pressure Kong Yao was facing. To be able to take on 5 strikes before being forced back, she must have been holding on with great determination. She was able to scatter the starry sky that was formed in front of her. Qingming was already standing on the platform, smiling coldly towards him. A white sword light charged out of the sheath, ignoring Kong Yao and slashing right at where he was standing. The 2 of them were just 1,000 feet apart. It swept through the air, extremely quick. A look of understanding appeared in Zhongsho's eyes. So, it was the time technique. With Old Man Long Ing and the few End Realm experts of the common people's vast habitat covering the secrets of the heavens for him. He really didn't know how the Dowling vast habitat knew that he didn't have much lifespan left. Laughing involuntarily, Zhongsho temporarily didn't bother about the sword light. He flipped his right hand and took out 2 purple pills from his heaven and earth bag. He swallowed them. It was the extreme purple pill which he bit into. After swallowing it, it instantly turned into a liquid that flowed into his mouth. Then he felt that the life essence in his body was filled up once more. Just these 2 extreme purple pills could increase his lifespan by 60 years. He shook his head and his heart. To use this time sword to take his life, what a joke. Qingming looked on, but she didn't show any dejection at all. Instead, she scoffed coldly, her eyes filled with mocking intent. On the sword body, a few talismans suddenly burned. That gray-white sword light also became stronger and stronger. The time power also became more and more vast. Zhongsho knew what she was thinking and was too lazy to bother. He casually waved his hand to block the time sword and forced it back. However, he couldn't stop the time power from charging into his body. A large portion of it was removed by the cause and effect space-time power that he grasped. However, there was still a portion that worked, causing the life essence that was just filled up to start to weaken. In just an instant, half of it fell. However, just as his lifespan reached the bottom, a mysterious and indiscernible aura spread over from Hanshi. Chapter 773. Within the World River, Dragon Shadow had a faint smile on his face as he calmly looked at the other side. His eyes were filled with a teasing expression. Is this Qingming the grandson of your third disciple, Kunming? You said that your disciple is the one who has the highest chance of reaching End Realm in these 5,000 years. Speaking of which, you really have to protect her life. However, the great yin-yang technique that she cultivates is a little problematic for my disciple. Cultivator, do you think I should sit on the sidelines or take her life first? When Qing Xianjinren made his move, he instantly retracted that vast true qi. His expression was solemn. Everyone can learn the great yin-yang technique. Qingming might not be the only one. Your disciple is only in danger of yin and yang becoming chaotic during this tribulation, so there's no need to worry about it. As for Longxian and Huayun who are fighting Ao Kun, their fates are uncertain and they might die. We can't just let her. Seeing that Dragon Shadow was listening calmly, he didn't say anything. Qing Xian scoffed helplessly. Before Zhongsho steps into the Saint Realm, Kunming and I won't personally attack him. We also won't plot against him. I wonder if you're satisfied? Only then did Dragon Shadow smile. Then it's settled. Back then, Senior Shizi could be said to have died at your hands. To be able to force this person to make such a promise was a huge surprise. The outer region was huge, and even he had times when he couldn't take care of it. Compared to Qing Xian's cultivation, what was more troublesome was Qing Xian's intelligence, which was impossible to guard against. Qing Xian scoffed in disdain and then looked to the side. Within the World River, Huayun, Longxian, and the others were nowhere to be seen. However, when Qing Xian looked out, he was easily able to see through a layer of barriers. He saw a space that was thousands of times smaller than the Cloud World. It was a small world that the two of them had forcefully opened up in the space gap with their great powers. Every move of a Saint Realm cultivator could destroy the world. Once the battle started, it would definitely affect the surrounding dozens of worlds. The two of them didn't want the Cloud World to be damaged, which was why they directly opened up space to accommodate the three of them. As for Huayun and Ao Kun, they were all within. With his eyes sparkling, Qing Xian asked curiously, "My friend, I wonder what kind of secret magic this evil dragon has been practicing. Why are you so confident in Long Ying?" What do you mean?" Long Ying raised his eyebrows in confusion. Qing Xian shook his head slightly. "Why do you have to play dumb? With your personality, if you didn't have some confidence in that evil dragon, you would think that he had a chance to win. I will never allow him to do that." Long Ying was startled. He knew that this was Qing Xian's probing words, but it also touched upon the worries in his heart. After a moment of melancholy, Long Ying laughed bitterly. "You are really my friend. Ao Kun does have a 60% chance of winning. However, whether or not I, Long Ying, will regret this is another matter." When he heard this, Qing Xian was surprised. He heard that Long Ying's words weren't false. The worry in his eyes lessened, but he was more curious. Huayan Palm Dragon Spirit Sword could use cause and effect laws. His own Tao was also really strong. This 60% chance of winning was already shocking. Ao Kun had broken free for less than 5 years. He had only been in the Saint Realm for 2 years. So where did the 60% chance come from? Was it just the destruction Tao? Impossible. He had a feeling that this battle between Huayan, Long Xian, and Ao Kun was really important to him. Looking closely, in just a moment, Qing Xian's eyes were filled with shock. So this evil dragon is already intermediate saint realm. Is it the dragon swallowing secret technique? Long Ink didn't reply. A bitter expression appeared on his face. A deep frown appeared on Qing Xuan's brow. Intermediate Saint Realm could only allow Ao Kun to have the ability to fight against Huayan. Even if he grasped the Destruction Dao and used the dragon-swallowing secret technique to cultivate without time to accumulate, he was still weaker than a true Intermediate Saint Realm expert like Huayan. Now, he still did not know what kind of methods this Alcuin had to be able to gain Dragon Shadow's approval. In the vast void, Ao Kun stood in the air. In front of him was Huayan. Behind him was Long Xian. He could sense with his spiritual sense that Qing Xian's spiritual sense was sweeping his body, trying to pry into all the secrets in his body. Ao Kun was too lazy to bother. His gaze was dark and cold as he stared at Huayan and the sword in his hand. The light, golden sword body, at the end of the sword handle, was a red pill. Huayan didn't hide anything, allowing him to look as he said expressionlessly, "Brother Ao should be familiar with this dragon pellet. It is the cause and effect dragon pellet that you had before you were sealed. Originally, I was just borrowing it, waiting for you to join Master before returning it to you. However, it seems like I don't need to return it." He laughed softly. "Do you know? Personally helped me inlay this dragon pellet into the sword. She didn't want anything to happen to me when I was roaming the outer region. Your pellet is extraordinary and actually merged with a bit of spiritual sense. If it matured a little more, it could become a second soul. If it wasn't for Bio using her own blood to refine it, she wouldn't have been able to suppress it." Ao Kun's face was expressionless as he listened on quietly. Trying to shake his mind with just these words was no different from a fantasy story. A day ago, he might have cared. Until today, when he personally saw the two of them. Only then did he know that he was unexpectedly indifferent towards Ao Bai and the current Long Xian. He didn't care about them at all. How could such a woman be worthy of him? Alcuin, being reluctant to part with her. If one had to say what he cared about in his heart, it would be regret and hatred. He regretted that he was a hero for half his life, but he was blind to fall for such a bitch. He hated that he didn't have a good eye and was trapped by love, causing his only sister to die. Huayan continued to speak in a mocking tone. "Brother Ao, do you know why Bai abandoned you and chose me?" Huayan? "Because she followed by Ao Kun's side, running every day and not having a single day of safety. Ask yourself, what did you give her during those years?" Halfway through his words, Ao Kun's brows furrowed as he coldly stared at Huayan. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Huayan was startled, and only then did he realize. This Ao Kun didn't seem to care about what happened that year. He didn't react at all. There were no fluctuations in his aura at all. The soul power of the three of them intertwined, and their auras clashed. They took advantage of the gaps, pretty much not letting out any light at all. It caused half of the region to be filled with black space cracks. Long Xian was also astonished. Behind Ao Kun, her eyes were wide open as she looked at the back of the man in front of her. She only felt that it was unbelievable. That year, Ao Kun was deeply in love with her. She originally thought that when he came out, no matter how much he hated her, he wouldn't let her go so easily. Who knew that he would be so calm? Those matters from 8,000 years ago were still fresh in her mind, etched in her bones and unable to forget. Why was Ao Kun able to cut off the past so cleanly? Thinking about it seriously, Long Xian smiled. "Ao Kun, do you want to know where Ur is?" Actually, at that time, although she escaped with heavy injuries, whether or not she died is still unknown. Long Xian has investigated and obtained some information. "Yua? Aoyue?" Ao Kun's pupils constricting into a needle shape. His aura finally scattered a little. He didn't care about Long Xian, but Aoyue, was that brat still alive in this world? Why didn't he sense anything from his bloodline? Huayun's eyes flashed, his lips curling up. "Brother Ao, in front of the war, you should be distracted. Isn't it a little inappropriate to be distracted at this time? As he said that, the dragon spirit sword was like a venomous snake stabbing through the air. It was actually reversing cause and effect. Only with effect would there be cause. At the tip of the sword, there was an extreme yang flame. However, it was only the size of a fingernail, but it caused half of the small world to be as hot as a sea of fire. Long Xian also moved forwards, 2 ribbons stretched out from her sleeves and danced. Cold power was activated, causing the other half of the small world to be like an ice hell. There was no water here, but within the range of the ice power. Everything, all the spiritual energy, all the particles, even a portion of the Grand Path laws, were all frozen. Ice and fire were originally unable to merge, but now that the two of them merged, their strength increased, benefiting one another. Only then did Ao Kuan come back to his senses, dismissing the chaotic emotions in his heart. Looking forward, his brow furrowed. It was a little problematic for the enemy to take the initiative. However, it was okay today, just that his injuries would be more serious and he would have to pay a higher price. He mocked himself. This Ao Ba was really the person who understood him the most in this world. How could he not care about his own sister? Behind him, a few dragon souls flashed out. They roared out furiously, filled with vengeful intent. Ao Kuan reached out with his right hand, his 5 fingers drawing in the air, causing the spiritual energy around to ripple. Like the hand seals of the human race, spiritual cultivators, it calmed down the cause and effect reversal technique. His body flashed, forcefully breaking open space and appearing behind Huayan. Instant space technique, dragon swallowing technique. You swallowed Ao Man's dragon pellet? Long Xian's face changed slightly as she looked at the few long ing dragons behind Ao Kuan. Her actions didn't stop at all. The ice Dao froze the surrounding space. The 2 ribbons still swept swiftly towards Ao Kuan. Huayan scoffed coldly. As expected, a stray dog that is unscrupulous. I have been waiting for this move of yours. The sore shadow of the dragon spirit sword also swept backwards. It suddenly stabbed back from an unbelievable angle, like it was really here waiting for Ao Kuan. At that moment, Ao Kuan didn't dodge. Instead, he abruptly punched out. Then the entire world in front of him started to collapse. The destruction Dao could crush everything. Fist and sword clashed. A large portion of the small-sized world was shattered. However, with an end-realm cultivator maintaining it, it instantly recovered. Huayan stood there, without moving, like he was perfectly fine. Ao Kuan left the spot. His body flashed as he dodged Long Xian's 2 ribbons. However, blood seeped out from his nose and mouth, making him look really tragic. Chapter 774. Clouds and mist floated, a 1,000,000-foot island floated in the air, isolated from the world. This place was also a small-sized world, but who knew how many space barriers there were from the cloud world? Still beside that small lake, a dragon and a man were playing chess. In the lake was a giant snow-white dragon. Its body was hidden under the water, and one couldn't see it. Only its head poked out of the lake. It was looking opposite with a disdainful gaze. On the other side of the chessboard was Wei Su. He was still dressed in Confucian attire and wore a crown. However, at this moment his shirt was pulled open. He stared viciously at the chessboard, not giving off a scholarly aura at all. I think you'd better admit defeat as soon as possible. That silver-white Long Ing seemed to be impatient, shaking his head. You are obviously in a desperate situation. In just 7 moves, the game would be over. Why continue to waste time? Wei Su still didn't bother, continuing to be focused. He lowered his head and looked carefully, searching for that non-existent chance of survival. 30 minutes later, that giant silver dragon finally went crazy. More of its body stretched out of the lake, bringing with it numerous chains. Half a day has passed. How long are you going to drag it out for? It isn't like you haven't lost before, but this time you are dragging it out, not like a man at all. Tisk, what do you know? Not admitting defeat is a real man. Wei Su coldly snorted and finally retracted his gaze, unwillingly. After which, he looked at the other side with a strange expression. Speaking of which, it's really strange. AOE, at this time, you actually have the mood to play chess with me? Eh, that giant snow-white dragon was instantly stunned, its eyes filled with confusion. Didn't this fellow forcefully barge into her small-sized world to ask her to play chess with him? Why'd he have to say such weird things now? You still don't know? Wei Su's face was filled with confusion, and then he was enlightened. All right. I forgot to tell you about this matter. Actually, Ao Kun, that fellow has already escaped from Seal. Before he could finish his words, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. The gaze opposite him seemed like it was going to rip him apart. When exactly was it? Aoye's entire body emerged from the lake. He stared coldly at Wei Su and could no longer be bothered with the go game. His eyes were filled with a mixture of surprise and anger as he ground his teeth. At this moment, he really wanted to swallow this Wei Su up. About 2 years ago, the one who let him out was a second-generation disciple of Song Xingdao, Wei Su said faintly, and conveniently praised Song Xingdao. However, he felt that the dragon's gaze was even more sinister. If looks could kill, then he, Wei Su, would have perished without a trace. Thus, he decisively shut his mouth and changed his tone in an attempt to divert the other party's attention. All right, I heard that recently. That fellow seems to be looking for trouble with Hua Yun and your elder sister. Who knew if the battle had already begun? Also, Long Ying, that old man was actually a step ahead of me. He has already entered the End Realm and was about to enter the decay of the Celestial. How unbelievable. He wasn't able to finish his words. The entire island shook violently. Those black chains started to break apart one by one. The lake surged and giant waves surged into the sky. Around, the lake stones that the chains were connected to were all smashed into pieces. Inside, huge metal pillars could be seen. Beneath the lake, there was actually a gigantic spirit array. However, at this moment, it was unable to trap the giant white dragon, and it started to collapse. Aoe broke free from the chains, and then her body changed into that of a woman. Her jade-like crystal-clear face was devoid of blood. Her clear eyes stared viciously at Wei Su. I will remember what happened today. Sooner or later, I will find you to settle the score. She wasn't willing to stay any longer, directly tearing open this small world and stepping into the void. When Wei Su saw this, he felt dejected. Little E, do you care so much about that fellow? After all, I, Wei Su, have accompanied you for thousands of years to pass the time. Don't I have a chance at all? The moment he said this, in the void in the distance, suddenly, a fist-sized pearl pierced through the air. Wei Su frowned. The space in front of him twisted and changed. However, the pearl still lightly smashed onto his forehead. At this moment, a clear voice spread over. Call me Senior. How impudent. Don't you want this pearl? I will give it to you. Thank you for helping Brother Ao break free. Wei Su broke into a laugh and took the pearl in his hand. He took a deep look at it before keeping it into his sleeves. A weird glow appeared in his eyes. This pearl was indeed extraordinary, close to a heaven-opening treasure. However, if the person who controlled it wasn't really strong, they wouldn't be able to touch his body. Half a step to End Realm. This person's cultivation didn't fall behind during these thousands of years, walking to the side of the lake. Wei Su reached his hand into the lake that had calmed down. When he took his hand out, the skin on his arm was peeling. There were even some burn marks. He was the Great Sun Knife, Saint, and cultivated the Great Sun True Technique. It was no different from the Buddhist Dari Rulai. In this world, it was tough for one to be hurt by the heat. However, this water was able to do so. As expected, it is the extreme flame, true water. In just an instant, the skin on his arm had already returned to normal. Wei Su laughed helplessly. A complicated expression appeared on his face. She trapped herself in this lake formed by the extreme flame, true water, and suffered the pain of the flame consuming her body every day, all to improve her cultivation and obtain a chance to advance. This woman's temperament was truly terrifying. Wei Su, wasn't as good as her. Then he smiled and looked towards the chessboard. Wei Su casually waved his hand and took out 3 chess pieces, adding 2 more on top. Who said that he had lost? There was still a chance to play this game. The outcome was still unknown. At the same time, in another small world that was on the verge of destruction, Huayan was still standing on the spot, his spiritual sense searching around his body. He was indeed unharmed, but he felt that something wasn't right, especially when he saw that Ao Kun was injured in one strike, injuring his lungs and nearly damaging his dragon pellet. Uneasiness rose up in his heart. Alcuin's punch was much weaker than he had expected. It barely managed to block his dragon spirit sword. However, it was because of this that he felt weird. Logically speaking, his full strength strike would only be able to injure him. He was only able to force Alcuin back with light injuries. His and Longxian's original plan was to weaken him step by step and force him into despair. This was to prevent him from exploding his dragon pellet and dying together with them. Thinking about it, that sword definitely couldn't injure him to such an extent. It should be a secret ability, a grand Dao that even he didn't know about. He needed to injure himself before he could activate it. There must be some kind of mystery behind this. His gaze turned sharp as he raised his head and stared right at Ao Kun. What did you do to me? Longxian's eyes were also filled with anxiousness. Her spiritual sense turned into threads to lock onto Ao Kun's spiritual sense. Her body shifted as she tried to get close. Ao Kun smiled and didn't reply. The 7 dragon souls behind him all exploded into a bloody mist. Then, he dodged those few white ribbons and punched towards Huayan once more. Huayan held his breath, following which rage rose up in his eyes. Even if it was an amazing secret technique, what did he have to fear? Was he afraid of this dog that had lost its home? It was nothing more than some evil arts of the devil Dao, or some kind of soul nightmare technique. He, Huayan, had seen too many of such methods in the past few thousand years. He wanted to see whether or not this Ao Kun could deal with him. With a thought, his aura was suppressed. A few talismans flew out from his sleeves and burned, causing his mind to clear up. Another sword stabbed out, cause and effect reversed. Flames wrapped around the sword as he welcomed the attack. The fist and sword clashed once more. This time, Ao Kun's fist was really normal. What the fist carried was the purest form of the art of destruction. It destroyed everything and was also really overbearing. There was nothing unusual about it. However, in the next instance, just as Huayan thought that he could force Ao Kun back, his expression changed, only to see that under the impact of the fist, his true chi and the flame laws that he used had a weakness that shouldn't have existed. The vast destructive power of the fist rushed in. 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an anthole. The flame cloud around his body was extinguished. The power on his sword was also dissipating. That destruction power charged in like a hot knife through butter, directly attacking his physical body and soul. How is that possible? This was obviously a weakness in his Dao foundations. How could there be such a weakness? Huayan let out another painful roar, just as he was about to die. At the last moment, he used strength to destroy his entire arm. He finally blocked off that destruction power and continued to attack. Ao Kun was slightly shocked when he saw that, but he wasn't in a rush to chase. He reached out and grabbed the dragon spirit sword in his hand. The moment the dragon pellet that was connected to his flesh and blood entered his hand, he instantly sensed it and stabbed back with his sword. Cause and effect reverse. A light sword forced Longxian back in a haggard manner, causing her to fly back. She also looked at the heavily injured Huayan in disbelief. She also didn't understand. Huayan was just half a step away from late Saint Realm. How could he be so easily injured by Ao Kun? Just what kind of method did this Ao Kun use? At this moment, outside of the small world, Qing Xian's eyes flashed sharply. Existence and destruction? There's actually such a Dao in this world. It was created by Ao Kun? That's right. Longing definitely didn't dare to say that the person who created these 2 Daos was actually Zhong Shou, which was why Qing Xian thought that he wasn't willing to explain. When I heard about it, I was also as shocked as you. What good Ao Kun? who knew that he had such ability. It seems like my two disciples are definitely going to lose this battle. At this moment, the gaze that Qing Xian used to look at Alcuin was actually filled with a thread of fear. For him to be able to grasp this technique, there are very few opponents in the world. In this world, he is the only one who can threaten us and realm. In the same grade, he is pretty much invincible. That might not be the case. There is still one who can counter him. Seeing Qing Xian look over with a questioning gaze, Long Ying smiled. Unlimited beginning and end Buddha. Chapter 775. That might not be the case. There is still one who can counter it. Seeing Qing Xian look over with a questioning gaze, Long Ying smiled. Unlimited beginning and end Buddha. Unlimited beginning and end? Qing Xian thought about it and knew what Long Ying meant. He then shook his head and laughed. He can indeed counter it. However, whether or not this future Buddha of the Buddhist faction can take over is another matter. Not to mention that they still haven't found the Buddhist seed. Even if they find it, whether or not they can verify this Tao is another matter. As for this evil dragon, he took back the cause and effect dragon pellet. The two Taos are even more perfect. He only lacks the creation technique, and he can look forward to end realm in the future. Unlimited beginning and end, grasping the end of everything and the beginning of everything. All the Taos in the world, all the laws were included within. Starting from the beginning of the universe and disappearing at the end of the universe. Ao Kuin's existence and destruction Tao was also included within. Naturally, one had to cultivate these laws to the extreme. After end realm, one would totally transcend. It could even affect a large and small world, even the existence of a region. However, as long as one was of the same level and was still within this region, one would be countered by the beginning and end Tao. This was why this unlimited beginning and end could be said to be the top Tao in this world. It countered all the spells and techniques in the world. Like existence and destruction, a few years ago, this was unheard of in this region. The Buddhist faction wanted to open another region outside of this one. The matter of creating the true Elysium was known to almost all the cultivators with some strength and status in the various worlds. However, the infinite beginning and end was the most crucial step. It was also the most important great Tao. Let's hope that is the case. When Long Ying heard this, he didn't argue anymore. It was a fact that the Buddhist faction hadn't been able to convert that unlimited beginning and end Buddha. Whether or not that fellow could grow to Saint Realm was also an unknown matter. Although Qing Xian retorted, he seemed to be lost in thought. He was obviously distracted, like he was deep in thought. A strange smile appeared on Dragon Shadow's face. Then, he looked at the small world again. At this moment, Huayan's foundation had been damaged, and he was heavily injured. Although Long Xian's Ice Tao was not bad, it was hard to reverse it. It could be said that the outcome of the battle was already decided. However, when Long Ying looked at Ao Kuin, his eyes were filled with pain and worry. This old friend of his was really worrisome. As he was thinking about this, Long Ying suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. Thousands of worlds away, he could feel a will locking onto the position of this place. At this moment, he didn't care about the consumption of energy to cross the world and rush over. AOE, with a flash of thought, he knew the identity of this person. Long Ying sighed. The cloud world was really bustling today. Now that this woman had come, perhaps there was still a chance for things to take a turn for the better. At this moment, the three people in the small world were completely unaware. Ao Kuin stood in the air, looking at the dragon spirit sword in his hand with a despondent expression. The cause and effect dragon pellet that he lost 8,000 years ago had returned to his hands. Ao Kuin wasn't happy at all. Instead, his face was filled with bitterness and self-mockery. So you really use your heart's blood to suppress it. They were Tao companions and their hearts were connected, which was why she was able to suppress his cause and effect dragon pellet. However, Ao Kuin wasn't annoyed because of that. He just felt humiliated and tainted. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Long Xian. Ao Kuin, What demonic technique did you use to destroy my senior brother's foundations? A demonic technique? It is just the destruction and existence Tao. Ao Kuan comprehended it by chance. With your cultivation, just hearing the name, you should know what it means. There is no need for Ao Kuan to explain in detail. While he said that, Ao Kuan casually slapped out. The sword in his hand was smashed into pieces. Along with a blood mist scattering, the cause and effect dragon pellet broke free from the sword body. First, a spiritual light appeared as it spun in the air. Then, like a bird returning to the forest, it flew back into Ao Kuan's hand. The moment the pellet entered his hand, it naturally merged into his body. Ao Kuan's restless aura instantly calmed down. This was his true origin pellet. At this moment, Huayun's face was twisting and looking really vicious. At his realm, he just needed to think about it, and he would know what this destruction and existence Tao was. What was the reason why his Tao was destroyed? During the first strike, Ao Kuan had already interfered with his Tao foundations. Going back 8,000 years, he pretty much created something out of nothing, causing his flame laws to have a weakness that shouldn't have. In the past, others didn't know, and he didn't know about it. This was why he didn't touch on cause and effect, and didn't need to spend much effort to interfere with this region. With the lowest price, he caused a weakness to appear in his flame Tao foundations. As for the second attack, it directly attacked this flaw and completely destroyed Huayun's foundation. He couldn't help but be shocked. So that was the case. What a destruction and existence Tao. His heart was dripping blood. Jealousy and rage filled his chest. There was also a sense of fear rising in his heart. Ao Kuan's cause and effect dragon pellet was snatched by him. So how could it still be so strong? How could he comprehend a Tao that reached the true realm? There was no chance of winning. He was definitely going to lose this time. Such a Tao, as long as one paid a sufficient price, one could even interfere with the foundations of a Taoist ancestor. There were less than 10 of the same grade cultivators in the cloud world who could block it, much less him. Even if he didn't use this destruction and existence Tao, Ao Kuan, who took back the cause and effect dragon pellet, wasn't someone he could fight against. It seems like it is clear. At any moment, the dragon pellet merged into his body. Ao Kuan's lips curled up, and with just a thought, the 7 roaring long-winged dragons behind him all disappeared. They were forcefully suppressed. In the past, when he used 60% of his strength, these vengeful dragon souls would appear. However, today, even if his aura continued to swell, these dragon souls were unable to break free from their restraints. Then, let me ask Brother Huayun, how does this demon technique taste? Huayun wasn't willing to speak anymore. His body flashed and turned into a flame that spread out in all directions. In an instant, it spread out hundreds of thousands of feet, all covered in heaven-covering white flames. Countless black rifts appeared in that space as well. At this moment, he could only flee. As long as he fled out of this small world and asked his master to protect him, he might have a chance to live. Even if only a bit of his soul escaped, it was better than totally dying here. When one reached the Saint Realm, each attack would directly harm the soul, and one could trace it back to the source. The Tao that Ao Kuan grasped, be it cause and effect destruction or destruction and existence and destruction. He could easily kill him. The 10,000 soul lamp room within the vast habitat was of little use. However, just as those hundreds of sparks were about to flee out of this world, Ao Kuan scoffed coldly. What a joke. Since you know that Ao Kuan, grasps the existence and destruction Tao, then you should be willing to die. Do you think that you can escape? Just as he finished speaking, the hundreds of cracks that had been forced out by the monstrous firepower in this world were completely healed. Huayun's soul and spiritual sense were all bounced back. He was startled once more. Moments later, he came back to his senses, following which, a sense of despair spread throughout his heart. Just now, Ao Kuan had made all of the space-time rifts in the area cease to exist. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to escape from within. Furthermore, Even if you can escape with a few bits of your soul remembrance, so what? A.O. Cohen stood on the spot with his arms behind his back like he didn't move at all. Beside him was Long Xian. Those two snow-white ribbons were crazily dancing. Endless cold energy caused the entire space to freeze. However, it was unable to touch A.O. Cohen at all. Even if you manage to escape from this small world, with your master protecting you, I won't be able to do anything. If I want to kill you, I just need to spend a little more effort. At most, your injuries will be a little heavier. Don't tell me that the Wither technique can't erase your soul fragment. The last sentence was like a heavy hammer that slammed into Huayun's mind. All right, even if he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape from the destruction Dao. Huayun, was still going to die. He was at a loss. The flames in the sky retracted. His face was ashen white as he appeared once more. After feeling despair, he felt an extremely strong unwillingness. He had a great teacher teaching him and a famous sect to rely on. His talents were also rare in the world. However, why wasn't he as good as A.O. Cohen? Not long ago, he had the advantage. After being humiliated in that battle, he successfully sealed A.O. Cohen, causing his sister's life to be unknown and snatching the dragon pellet. He even snatched A.O. Cohen's Dao companion to his side. However, in the end, why did he still lose to this person? Was this really the place where he, Huayun, fell? A.O. Cohen didn't care about what Huayun was thinking. He was also lazy to look at his expression. He walked forwards confidently, breaking through the void. In just a few steps, he was in front of Huayun. Long Xian behind him instantly became more anxious. A.O. Cohen, you really dare to kill my husband? Aren't you afraid that Master Qing Xian will take your life in the future? While she spoke, a mouthful of blood mist spurted out from her cherry lips. The two ribbons were finally 3 feet behind A.O. Cohen. Huayun also knew that his life had reached the most crucial moment. He hollered furiously as he turned into a ball of white flames and pounced towards A.O. Cohen's body. A.O. Cohen's eyes squinted. His right hand turned into a dragon claw. His fingertips were like blades as he casually swept backwards. Cause and effect reversal. It forcefully pierced between the two ribbons, directly stabbing towards Longshuan's throat. Longshuan's expression instantly changed. Like she had seen a poisonous snake, she floated backwards and dodged this finger blade. A.O. Cohen scoffed coldly, forcing Longxian away. His right hand formed a seal and pressed down, striking into the white flames. Following which, the white flames that covered thousands of feet were totally frozen under this seal, unable to move at all. Only Huayun's will continue to struggle against the despair within. He tried to break free from A.O. Cohen's control. A.O. Cohen's expression didn't change. Cultivator Huayun, the grudges and karma between you and me shall be settled today. Chapter 776. Cultivator Huayun, the grudges and karma between you and me shall be settled today. The moment he said this, an external energy shook. The red and white flame instantly swelled and shrunk before slowly disappearing. This attack directly attacked his soul remembrance. Without his soul, the flame that Huayun turned into naturally had nothing to rely on. After killing this person, A.O. Cohen turned around and looked at Longxian, who had retreated 100,000 feet away. She had just stood still and was startled as she looked at the ball of flame that was disappearing. You killed him. You really dare to kill him. Master Qing Xian will kill you sooner or later. A.O. Cohen listened on quietly. His expression was really complicated. Actually, if you were willing to take my strike head-on, Huayun might still have a chance. This Huayun might still have a chance to survive and wouldn't die so early. I originally thought that the relationship between the two of you was as deep as gold. Do you know? At that time, if you risked your life a little, A.O. Cohen would have let him live. When he said this, A.O. Cohen suddenly had an urge to burst out laughing. Not only did A.O. Cohen misjudge her, but wasn't Huayun the same? When Longxian heard this, she was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What are you trying to say? Do you think that I am a vicious woman who only cares about my own life, or that I am using him? Anyways, my husband is going to die in your hands. It is just a matter of time. So why do I need to? Will you let him live? What a joke. You demon. Now that my husband has been destroyed by you, are you satisfied now? The moment she said this, she couldn't continue anymore, only to see that A.O. Cohen's eyes were filled with disgust and disgust. Only now do you remember that you're Aobi and not Longshin? Unfortunately, it is too late. Longshin was filled with terror as she looked at A.O. Cohen walk over step by step. Without hesitation, she immediately retreated and flew further away. However, she felt that her surroundings were locked down by an aura. The further they went, the less space they had to retreat. Gradually, they were forced into a corner by A.O. Cohen. You want to kill me? The moment he asked this question, Longshin felt an uncontrollable fear in his chest. His eyes were red as he looked at A.O. Cohen in fear. A.O. Cohen, could it be that you really don't care about our past relationship at all? Buyer knows that you are very angry, but at that time, I really had no choice. Was he going to spend the rest of his life on the run? Buyer was really sick of it. Did he forget the oath he made 8,000 years ago? That's right. Now that you've grasped the Tao of existence and destruction, you don't care at all, do you? Have you forgotten how well Buyer treated you? Life and death pact? Live and die together? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it all these years. A.O. Cohen shook his head slightly. His eyes were even colder. Of course, A.O. Cohen still remembers what happened back then. The love of the past, no matter how much regret, no matter how much hatred. How could I bear to take your life? This is why this time A.O. Cohen only came to take back what belongs to him. The wishing curse, not that was planted in your body, should be returned to its rightful owner today. Longshin was first surprised, but a moment later, her face was filled with panic. She tried her best to retreat. 2 white ribbons danced in front of her, bringing with them numerous icicles. However, it couldn't stop A.O. Cohen's finger from reaching over. He gently tapped her between her eyebrows. Longshin only felt a slight swelling pain in her soul. Then, there was an extremely important thing in her soul ocean. It was forcefully pulled out from the center of his brows. At this moment, a small ball of blue spiritual light appeared in A.O. Cohen's hand. When the curse was unraveled, it was revealed that there was a wish character within it. Looking at this item, A.O. Cohen mocked himself. In the past, I was worried that your cultivation wasn't enough and that you would be disturbed by your heart demons and your cultivation progress was too slow. This was why I used this talisman as a foundation to gather all my wish power. I used the curse technique to implant it into your body. Who knew that it would harm you instead? 8,000 years later, although your cultivation has improved greatly, unfortunately, your heart still can't keep up. If not, why would things end up like this? Today, I am taking back this item. Take care of yourself in the future. Pay attention to training your mind. When the wish talisman came out of his body, A.O. Cohen's true chi directly fell to the bottom of the valley. His cultivation level also dropped from the middle saint realm to the god realm in an instant. Longshin didn't bother to listen to A.O. Cohen's words. Her eyes were filled with rage, and she was close to going crazy. She didn't care, using both her hands and legs to kick at A.O. Cohen like a shrew. However, under the restrictions of A.O. Cohen's true chi, she couldn't get close. A moment later, she slowly calmed down. Her gaze was like a knife as she continued to stare at A.O. Cohen. A.O. Cohen didn't care. His finger continued to point at Longshuan's brow as he asked expressionlessly, "Before we leave, let me ask one more thing. Is my sister Aoyue still alive? Where's she now?" "She is dead." Longshin scoffed coldly, her eyes filled with venom. "I was just lying to you. She was just celestial realm then. How strong was that Taoist ancestor strike? Even if she was hit by the ripples, she would definitely die. How could she still be alive?" "So you don't know either." A.O. Cohen smiled instead. Longshuan's soul was under his control. Not a single thought could escape the grasp of his mind. Naturally, he would know whether or not her words were true. Under such circumstances, The chances of his sister being alive were really small. However, as long as it wasn't confirmed, there was still hope, even if it was just a tiny bit. What a joke. Do you think that she can still be alive? Long Xuan's lips curled up in disdain, following which she mocked. The reason why you have such a realm is because of the dragon's swallowing technique. 100 years later, the backlash from the dragon swallowing technique is huge. In tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to survive. Even if one is lucky enough to not die, one would be hunted down by the 4 region dragon palaces and the 9 dragon races. If you don't kill me today, there will be a day when I will be able to watch you die. Don't worry. For region dragon palaces? Anyways, Ao Kuan have always found them an eyesore. A cold glow flashed in Ao Kuan's eyes before he regained his calmness. Since the 4 region dragon palaces have already decayed, there is no need for them to continue existing in the world. It is good that they are destroyed. This was his 3rd wish after he had escaped from his imprisonment. Long Xuan's pupils constricted, her expression filled with shock. You want to destroy the 4 region dragon palaces? Ao Kuan wasn't willing to reply, finding it funny. Why was he saying all this to this woman who had nothing to do with him? Soul power shook at his fingertips. Long Xian was in a daze, who knew how long passed before she slowly came back to her senses. Then, she stared furiously at the purple-haired teen who was tapping her brow, her voice filled with panic. What did you do to me? The moment she said this, she felt that it wasn't right. The person in front of her was so foreign. Who was he? She didn't remember. Why was he here? All right, this person was called Ao Kuan. He grasped the existence and destruction Tao. Her husband, Hua Xian, had died at his hands just now. Her cultivation realm fell to God realm due to her Tao heart cultivation not being strong enough. However, for some reason, she felt a weird feeling. Looking at the person in front of her, for some reason, she felt both warm and ashamed. However, more of it was disgust and hatred, a series of information charged into her mind. It caused Long Xian to be at a loss and not know what to do. I just wiped out all your memories of me, Ao Kuan, 8,000 years ago. You won't think about it in the future. Ao Kuan smiled, but it was a little sad. Now, each time I think about what happened, I feel regret. Each time I think about how I shared those memories with you, I feel disgusted. I, Ao Kuan, am not strong enough. Since I can't bear to erase you from this world, I can only erase these memories. He said expressionlessly, You can say that I am deceiving myself and others. Ao Kuan only felt that this body, this name, this period of time, just being remembered by Long Xian, made him feel really dirty and dirty. So, it is best if you forget about it. Long Xian listened on quietly, totally at a loss. She didn't know what he was talking about at all. After Ao Kuan said this, he used his fingers to dig into his eye sockets. He actually forcefully dug out his eyeballs. You are punishing me, Ao Kuan, for not being able to judge people and loving the wrong person. Since I have eyes but can't see, then what is the point of having them? He gave out a tragic laugh. Ao Kuan allowed the blood to flow down from his cheeks. Then he sat down in the air and casually waved his hand. You can leave now. Long Xuan's eyes shone slightly. She squinted and looked carefully at this weird purple-haired teen. This person was obviously facing a strong enemy and was heavily injured. He actually wanted to harm himself? What a joke and a tragedy. She knew that she wasn't the opponent of this teen. However, at this moment, she could feel that the aura in Ao Kuan's body was slightly weak and chaotic. It was like the injuries that he was forcefully suppressing couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, it finally exploded out. Although she was at God realm, she was still weak. After all, she had stepped into the intermediate saint realm, and her comprehension of laws was still there. She might have a chance to kill this person here. In Long Xian's mind, she once again recalled the first attack that Ao Kuan and her husband, Hua Yun, had exchanged. That's right, controlling the power of cause and effect and time to create something that didn't exist. It wasn't easy. Her husband, Hua Yun, was also a saint realm. How difficult was it to cause a flaw to appear in his Tao foundations? How could he not pay a price? This Ao Kuan wasn't as strong as she had imagined. However, she didn't notice the mocking look in Ao Kuan's eyes. He was injured, heavily injured. However, a large portion of it was caused by the backlash of the dragon swallowing technique. Although he was weak now, to kill a god realm was as easy as blowing off dust. However, if Longxian attacked, could he bear to kill her? He didn't know the answer to that. Just at this moment, just as Longshuan's aura was about to burst out, all of a sudden, a white figure forcefully entered the Lesser Thousand World. Then, with a flash, she appeared behind Ao Kuan and supported his falling body. What a familiar scent. You are Ao. Chapter 777. The white person scoffed, like he was replying, and also like he was unhappy. His eyes were filled with pain as he looked at Ao Kuan. Since you are free, why didn't you come to find me first? Her words were filled with reproach. When Ao came into contact with Ao Kuan's body, her expression changed again. Dragon swallowing secret technique? Her eyes were filled with understanding and also bitterness. She didn't care and frowned. If I didn't rush over, you wouldn't be able to recover in 8 to 10 years. Although Long Ying was Saint Realm, after all, his body was different. The injuries of the dragon race could only be healed by dragon race cultivators. Ao Kuan laughed involuntarily. Since I used the dragon swallowing secret technique to be enemies with that Taoist ancestor, then how would I dare to drag you down? He sighed and used his spiritual sense to sweep his body. I really lost face this time, to let you see me in such a bad state. Although his eyes weren't there, after he got back the cause and effect dragon pellet and wish power curse not, his senses were much sharper. Ao shook her head, to be able to kill Huayun and snatch back her pellet. He also caused her to drop in cultivation. Even with the help of the dragon swallowing secret technique, Ao Kuan should be proud. That existence and destruction secret technique was far stronger than her Frost Grand Dao. Within this small world, Ao could sense that there were at least dozens of end-realm spiritual senses searching over. The brand new Dao in this region might be the only one that could kill end-realm cultivators. If it wasn't for some places being too far away, all the end-realm cultivators in this region would have to pay close attention. Just today's battle alone caused Ao Kuan's name to shock this region. 8,000 years ago, Ao Kuan swept many Taoist factions in the cloud world. 8,000 years later, Ao Kuan broke free from the seal and was still a peerless hero. Finally, her gaze landed on Ao Kuan's eyes, and her expression became even more dissatisfied. Why would you harm yourself like this for her? This time, Ao Kuan smiled and didn't reply. On the other hand, Ao spoke with a surprised and bewildered tone. Are you really Ao? She was filled with disbelief. This woman who looked really similar to her and whose aura was half a step to End Realm was actually her twin sister who had left the cloud world a long time ago. You and I are related by blood. Who else could it be other than me? Ao raised her head and looked at the other side with mixed emotions. Then she sneered, Brother Ao actually didn't kill you on the spot. I'm really surprised. That's right. With Brother Ao's temperament. How could he bear to do this? Now that you're fine, your little sister can be at ease. As he said this, he reached out and patted Ao Kuan's shoulder. Instantly, a thick layer of Xian eyes froze Ao Kuan's body within. Naturally, the injuries in his body were also suppressed. From today onwards, Brother Ao and sister's grievances and cause and effect have ended. You and I have broken our sisterly fate. In the future, Ao Bai, take care of yourself. When she said this, Ao used a thread of spiritual energy to sweep up Ao Kuan. Like before, she forcefully charged out of this small world. When she was within the world river, she looked coldly at Qing Xian and Long Ying. She scoffed coldly and directly crossed the world river. Long Ying's eyelids jumped, and then he laughed bitterly. He knew that Ao was angry at him for not being able to stop Ao Kuan and instead helping him. However, Didn't this brat know about that fellow's personality? How could he, Dragon Shadow, stop him? Closely after, Ao Bai also left the small world, her face filled with despair. Subconsciously, he wanted to get closer to Taoist Qing Xian and Xianwei. However, before she even lifted her foot, her expression changed, only to see Qing Xian and Xianwei looking over with dark eyes. The former's eyes were filled with cold disgust, and the latter was filled with killing intent. She couldn't help but be stunned and then stood rooted to the spot. A cold feeling close to despair spread in her chest. Qing Xian looked coldly at her, but didn't plan to bother. He still stared at Long Ying. My disciple has died. You have won the bet. However, how should we end the matter between our two families? He was only halfway through his words. A voice spread out from the void. The grievances between my Taoist faction and your Long Ying bloodline should be ended. Long Ying looked out, only to see another green-colored person forming in the World River. However, at the same time, not far away, a thick intent spread through the air. It gathered the spiritual energy of the 10 worlds and formed a body. Those words are true. However, we should end it fairly. Long Ying's expression relaxed. Since this person came, then he didn't need to fear anything. However, his eyes were filled with helplessness. He originally wanted to stay out of the spiritual wave tribulation, but in the end, he was dragged down by Tsang Xingdao. He couldn't escape, so naturally, Ao Kuan and Ao Yi wouldn't be exceptions. Tsang Xingdao's second revered one was really amazing. At this moment, outside of the cloud world, 100 miles around the heaven-reaching platform, Xiuzhe could be seen running away in all directions. They were all panicking, afraid that they would be too slow. It wasn't as clamorous as before, like they were able to cause the Gantian Mountain Monster King to fall. In just a dozen breaths of time, about 70% of the surrounding cultivators had been killed. Even then, there were still some who were unable to escape. They were chased and killed by the Blood Cloud Cavalry. The remaining 30% were purely here to observe, tens of miles away. They didn't join in, so naturally, they weren't afraid of Gantian Mountain chasing back. Shuriwei still stood at the peak of the mountain, looking into the sky and sighing. They fled in such a bad state. It seems like the Monster King is fine. At this moment, not only Yuanshi Demon Sect and Dowling Sect, but even Dowling Vast Habitat and Tailing Sect cultivators had all fled. The moment he said these words, not far away, the young Taoist who was standing on the sword and looking on gave out a tragic cry. That cry didn't stop for a long time, shaking 100 miles. It caused Shuriwei to look at that person with a weird expression. He remembered that this person was called Gong Yuan. Vengeful energy gathered around him, his aura rising like he had a chance to break through. Shuriwei took a close look, and then his brow rose up. The sword intent bursting out had a little of Zhong Shou's shadow, obtaining his charm, and was really extraordinary. This person had such a high aptitude. Unfortunately, when the cry stopped, Gong Yuan turned into a red sword light and charged into the sky. In just a moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Shuriwei wanted to find this person to talk to, but unfortunately, he didn't give him any chance. Shaking his head, Shuriwei remembered this person's name in his heart. If he could recruit him, he would definitely be of great help to him. Su Xiao beside him seemed to have come into contact with some information. At this moment, his expression changed. In the end, he forced out a smile. That Bloodsword Monster Lord really won. Does General Shuriwei want to know the reason? Before Shuriwei asked curiously, Su Xiao took the initiative to speak. I heard that Zhong Shou's master, Sword Saint Long Ying in the past, has reached End Realm. Outside of the Cloud World, he faced off against Qing Xian and wasn't at a disadvantage. Now that Zhongguang has fallen, Ao Kun cultivated a brand new Dao, killing Huayun and also forcing Longxian down to Saint Realm. When Shuriwei heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim. He knew that Zhong Shou's life and death was decided outside of the world and not within the Cloud World. However, he didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this. That Sword Saint Long Ying had actually become a Saint Venerable? What a joke. The sex came with such an aggressive aura, but in the end, they had to flee in such a haggard manner. Today, Dowling vast habitat will become the laughing stock of this world. Su Xiao mocked herself. No wonder this blood-sore monster lord wasn't willing to enter the 10,000 demon vast habitat and was so disdainful. With such a master, naturally, he wouldn't care about our demon path. This time, his tribulation here was a trap from start to finish. What a joke. We really thought that we could kill him here. Shuriwed didn't say anything. Thinking about this battle, there were many suspicious things about it. If one said that Zhongshou didn't have any thoughts about the Taoist faction, he definitely wouldn't believe it. They had lost 3 Saint Realm cultivators and 40 Spirit Realm cultivators in this battle. A month ago, when Zhongshou swept the central cloud continent, it only caused Dowling vast habitat's face to be slightly damaged, and they didn't suffer heavy losses. However, at this moment, Dowling vast habitat had truly suffered heavy losses. Who knows how many years it would take for them to recover. However, Su Xiao said that Zhongshou didn't join them because of Long Ying, but Shuriwed didn't agree. Just as he was thinking about this, a giant cry spread out from the sky. The tragic cry spread throughout the sky. Shuriwed raised his head and looked up. Coincidentally, he heard a heavy cracking sound. He raised his head and looked into the sky, only to see that the Xuanwu Yuan turtle couldn't take it anymore. Its neck was bitten off by the silver-white Yin dragon. Its giant body and head fell from the sky. The silver dragon raised its head and roared furiously. Its body was changing intensely. It didn't swell, but instead shrunk a little. The silver armor shone brightly and was filled with a pure and holy feeling. The Saint Flame burned, giving off a majestic aura. In the end, it danced in the air, crossing hundreds of miles and returning to the sky above Gantian Mountain. Its body retracted, turning into a silver cocoon that floated above. These changes could only be observed by someone with a cultivation base like his. If it was someone else, when the Xuanwu corpse landed, they wouldn't be able to see any traces of it. Country protecting Saint Beast. Shuriwed sighed. Not only was their energy badly damaged, but they were also badly hurt. After the spiritual wave rose, there were at least 50 years before it could accommodate God Realm experts. The situation in this world was one that Saint Realm and God Realm experts couldn't interfere. Such a protector god beast that wasn't restricted by the laws of the cloud world was really important to Dowling vast habitat and could protect their luck. Once this beast was lost, one could imagine the situation that Dowling vast habitat was in. The 9 glory cycle tribulation has ended, and this Xuanwu Saint Beast has died. It seems like the bloodsore monster Lord won't face any more tribulations. Su Xiao also had a complicated expression. It seems that I should go too. Chapter 778. The 9 glory cycle of reincarnation tribulation has ended, and this Xuanwu Saint Beast has died. It seems like that bloodsword monster, Lord, won't face any more tribulations. Su Xiao had a complicated expression. It seems like I should leave too. Shuriwed didn't feel anything. He just said expressionlessly, Fairy, take care. He didn't have a deep relationship with this demon girl. Although he knew that she wanted to get close to him, he wasn't willing to. He was already in charge of a region, and in the future, he would inherit the Shur family. He placed a lot of emphasis on ideals. Within the demon path, there were many evil people. They were left behind after the demons invaded during the Flood Desolate era. Even though the demon path sects were like the Buddhist faction merging into the cloud world and becoming one with the cloud world cultivators. However, after all, their disciples were vicious and cruel. He didn't have any bad feelings towards Su Xiao. However, he wasn't willing to get close. He knew that both sides could only be enemies and not friends. Even if they used one another, they couldn't. Su Xiao's eyes dimmed, and she could hear the rejection in Shuriwed's words. Shuriwed was like that, and Zhongshou was the same. A truly wise ruler would look down on the demonic path. In the battle for the God Emperor, Sky Demon Vast Habitat was naturally at a disadvantage. Then she smiled, General, sure, do you still want to challenge that Bloodsore monster lord? Then, you have to be really careful. Normal people can't block the monster lord sword. Especially after he goes through his tribulation, you have to be really careful of the six-god flying knife technique. Shuriwen nodded his head expressionlessly. Although I can't return the favor this time, I still want to challenge him. However, I still want to see how strong he is after he goes through his tribulation. I'm not someone who gives up my life. I will naturally cherish my life. Unfortunately, I have something to do, and I won't be able to watch your battle with the monster lord. Su Xiaoxiao's face was filled with anticipation, and then she nodded her head. I will take my leave first. In just a flash, Su Xiaoxiao's aura disappeared from the mountain. Shuyue's brow rose up, and then he patted Shi Wuji's head with praise in his eyes. Little fellow, not bad. You are so young and at the prime of your life. He had actually been mesmerized by that woman's charms from the beginning to the end. I really don't know how to praise you. Charm technique? Shi Wuji was astonished. He knew about the art of charm. Could it be that Su Xiaoxiao had used her charm on him? How did he not know? He didn't care and asked curiously, Shuriwe, you said that you want to fight that Bloodsore monster lord? Yes. Shuryu nodded his head without hesitation. Your uncle is a martial artist, after all. To be able to spar with an invincible martial artist and verify his martial arts. How could he miss such an opportunity? But not now. We have to wait until after he transcends his tribulation and advances. Shi Wuji's eyes flashed with admiration. Uncle, you are a gentleman. Compared to those people, you are much more open and upright. When Shuriwe heard that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What gentleman! What open and aboveboard! This person will be an enemy of our family sooner or later. I really want to take the chance to get rid of him. It's just that I still owe him one, so I can't do it like this. His hand rubbed Shi Wuji's head, and his expression turned serious. Wuji, you need to remember that you have to be unscrupulous against your enemy. You can't have any open and upright thoughts. If you're too stubborn about those things, sooner or later it will harm you. Shi Wuji was startled. His squarish face was filled with unhappiness. However, he didn't retort. He was deep in thought and remembered those words at the bottom of his heart. He knew that at this moment, his experience was still shallow. Even if he didn't agree with the words of the elders, he had to remember them and leave them for the future to verify. Sure, you didn't bother about this matter. Following which he smiled and stretched his right fist in front of Shi Wuji. Wuji, can you see the two words in my hand? Shi Wuji looked carefully when he heard that. At this moment, his vision was unusually sharp. Indeed, under Shiryu's skin, there were many spirit patterns flowing. They looked like words, but they were much more complicated. It was like there were numerous theories within. With just a glance, he felt a wave of dizziness. He knew that these were runes. Shi Wuji took a look and felt that his heart couldn't take it anymore. He stopped and then asked hesitantly, "It looks like power and strength. Is power and strength?" Shiryu's expression became more and more satisfied. Not only were his foundations and determination good, but his comprehension was also really good. Remember, these two words are one of the foundations of my Tao. He clenched his fist, and the surrounding dozens of miles of land shook. That 1,000-foot-tall mountain was flattened by dozens of feet. There seemed to be a huge power gathering at the peak of the mountain. I created this fist myself. It is called the Emperor God Fist, and it will be the King Path martial technique of my family. Strength is gathered because of power. If the strength is strong, the fist will be strong. As long as one grasps more power, the strength of the fist will be stronger. If I can grasp 800 worlds, my fist can even go up against End Realm experts. If I didn't create this Emperor Path fist, I wouldn't dare to find this zone show to fight. Wuji, are you willing to learn from me? Sure, Wuji was stunned once more, and he didn't fully believe it. He thought to himself, was the Emperor God Fist that Shiryu mentioned really as strong as what he said? What was End Realm? He came back to his senses and exclaimed, Emperor Path martial technique? Shiryu, are you going to rebel? His expression was really complicated. After he was born, He had experienced all sorts of unfairness in the world. Sometimes he wanted to flip the world and change dynasties. It would be good to drag down all those high and mighty, incompetent, muddle-headed, but well-dressed and well-fed dignitaries. However, he knew that if not for these aristocratic families causing chaos, the Taishang wouldn't have been in such a mess with Yuanshan's Saint Lord, his mother, and he wouldn't have fallen to such a state in the imperial capital. That will depend on the heavens. Shirue shook his head and explained casually, "My sure family is opening up the outer region. In a year, we have occupied half a small world. If the Taishang can calm down the chaos and calm down the people, my sure family can retreat to the outer region and call themselves emperors. If chaos descends and the Qin loses, my sure family will naturally fight for it and not fall behind." He said this, but his eyes were focused dozens of miles away on the heaven-reaching platform that was locked down by a strong sword intent. He didn't look away for even a moment. Battle intent gradually surged in Shirue's eyes as a powerful intent suddenly seeped out of his body. It pressed down towards the heaven-reaching platform. How strong was Zhongsho after he went through his tribulation? He was really looking forward to it. It was best if he didn't disappoint him. Not far away from the heaven-reaching platform, Kong Rue was also looking at the main platform that was 2 miles wide, 1,000 feet away. The nameless sword was fixed in the air, gathering spiritual energy and forming a layer of bright 7-colored light. The sword intent not only blocked out all vision, it also blocked out the spiritual sense of all the people around it. It caused the hundreds of thousands of troops here, Zhong Yuan, Hu Zhongyuan, and the others to be shocked and worried. They only chased after him for a short while before returning to the defensive formation. Only Kong Rue could guess what happened within. His emotions were really complicated, and he also felt relaxed. At the same time, he felt that he had lost something extremely important. He felt lost, then he mocked himself. He had a part to play in this. He looked at his hand, and he could see that the skin on his arm had split open, revealing blood marks. Abscesses and malignant tumors had grown in many places, giving off a faint stench. This was the price for changing the secrets of the heavens. To treat it properly, it would take at least 20 years. However, a relaxed smile appeared on Kong Rue's face. It was worth it, and he had no choice. After today, he could finally put down his worries for his daughter. Although Kong Yao's killing calamity was solved, her body was born from the power of the Alcade Star. Her killing aura and vengeful energy were really strong, but she was also a woman. Maybe it was okay now, but as time went on, it would definitely form a killing calamity. Now with Zhongsho helping to take some of it, there would be no problems in the future. That Monster King was the only person he could think of who could make Kong Yao entrust her life to. Where was the Saint King? In his life, he had never seen such pure white energy. He looked into the clouds and saw the Army Destroyer Star. It was shining. A red cloud shrouded the southeast. However, it no longer had the vague feeling of drifting and unsteadiness from before. Instead, it had completely stabilized. The southeast overlord could be confirmed. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of miles away, at the peak of a 36-story tall tower, Zhongshuan looked into the distance and sighed. He turned his head and bowed towards Yuanshan Emperor Inu. "Your Majesty, Zhongsho has safely passed this killing calamity. Even if the situation changes, it won't affect the big picture." Inu's expression was numb. If it wasn't for the light in his eyes changing, he would be like a wooden statue. A moment later, he nodded his head and said, "I need to thank you. If you didn't stop me, I would have nearly fallen in. Our Taishang is currently entangled with these aristocratic families and can't make such a strong enemy. I don't dare to accept it." Zhongshuan shook his head. "Actually, this time I only saw that the heavens seemed to have changed. Although Zhongsho was facing a calamity, it seemed to have been solved. It was probably Kong Rue's doing. Only then did I stop him. Who knew that Long Ying had actually entered the End Realm?" Long Ying, Kong Rue. Although the first 2 words were serious and filled with fear, Inu didn't think much about it. However, The last two words were filled with hatred. Those people from the Kong clan deserve to die 10,000 deaths. After saying this, he looked towards Zhong Xuan with a questioning gaze. Speaking of which, this Zhong Shou is already set to become the Southeast Overlord. Zhong Xuan was silent and didn't speak. However, just by looking at his expression, Inu knew what he meant. He frowned once more. Do we need to inform the Yu country in the south? If I want to send people to help, at least I won't delay the time. It is already too late. Zhong Xuan didn't hesitate to stop. The great Yu ruler has already disembarked in Huizhou. The ruler of this country didn't believe our warning. He thought that Zhong Shou would definitely die. Even if he knew that it was a trap, he was confident that he could win. It is too late to retreat now. Roughly half a month ago, Huizhou Provincial Governor Zhang Huai and Ren Tianxing moved a large portion of the Huizhou army up north to help Donglin. It also caused the Yu dynasty in the south to finally act. This also gave Gantian an excuse to attack South Wind Cloud Continent. This was why he said that the southeast situation was already set. Even the 5 factions of the Cloud World had no reason to interfere. Chapter 779. Zhang Huai. I advise you not to be so stubborn. A majestic and powerful voice spread all around. Zhong Shou country ruler is talented and strategic. You are a hero of the Cloud World. Unfortunately, you are too young and rash, angering the Taoist faction and causing you to do such an infuriating thing. Now that you're going through your tribulation, the various sects are attacking and bearing the wrath of the saints. You are most probably dead. Gantian Mountain is about to fall. You are a rare talent. So why do you want to be buried along with Zhong Shou? If you are willing to surrender to my great Yu, I can give you half a province of land. This was Huizhou Island, a small city near the Cloud Ocean known as Shuangtian. The entire Huizhou terrain was like a ring-shaped mountain. Although Shuangtian City was small, it wasn't as dangerous as Seven Cloud Mountain. However, it was also to the point and extremely crucial. If the cavalry spread out, they would be able to cut off all the roads leading to Huizhou. This was why if they wanted to occupy Huizhou, they couldn't go through Seven Cloud Mountain in the east and the west where Gantian Mountain troops gathered. They had to take down this city first. In just a few days, this small city had blocked 3 million troops from South Wind Cloud Continent. At this moment, Zhang Huai was sitting leisurely on the city wall. He was dressed in a scholarly manner, totally out of place with the tense atmosphere here. However, every time the 40,000 soldiers on the city walls felt a little uneasy, they would glance at Zhang Huai from time to time. As long as they could see that calm body, the uneasiness in their hearts would fade a little. Zhang Huai himself didn't notice anything at all. He looked across with a smile that wasn't a smile. The middle-aged man who wore golden armor and held a large spear in his hand had an extraordinary aura and was full of vigor. This should be the great Yu country ruler, the Southwind ruler of Yu dynasty, Yuan Weiling. Only now did he think about persuading him to surrender. Shuangtian City had been surrounded for 5 days. From the 1st to the 4th day, they were sieging. Unfortunately, Kong Yao was prepared in the city. Not only did she have 200,000 elite troops defending, the city protecting spiritual formation and city walls were strengthened. All kinds of equipment were also fully prepared. They suffered heavy losses on the 1st day and couldn't make any progress. They started to use strategies to instigate the generals in the city and collude with the outside. Zhong Shou's tribulation was no secret. Everyone knew that he had offended the Dao sect. There were also people secretly spreading the news in Huizhou Donglin that the Gantian monarch was about to die. Despite repeated prohibitions, they were unable to find the exact source. He had offended too many local nobles when he started the new policy in Huizhou, so he didn't bother to sort them out. After repelling the great Yu army, he would settle the score with these people. However, at this moment, the people of Huizhou were in turmoil. Most of the cities in the south surrendered without a fight. Wherever the great Yu army passed, it was as if they were sweeping through everything. Therefore, He was also worried that there might be some trouble during those few days. However, the situation was better than expected. The soldiers of Frost Sky City were all from Huizhou. These 200,000 people were the youths that Zhongshu saved on Lianyun Island. They were also the people who split the benefits of the land these few years. In the end, they were still united. Even when defending the city was at its toughest, no one rebelled. As for the people in the city, those rich people were forcefully moved away a day ago. He only left behind some strong people who were able to help defend the city. On the 5th day, Yuan Weiling was helpless and started to persuade them to surrender. He was trying to probe. It would be good if they succeeded, but it didn't matter if they didn't. Actually, at this moment, both sides were waiting for the results from Gantian Mountain. If the Taoist faction won, the Great Yu ruler would naturally save a lot of effort. If Zhongshu won, then they would immediately retreat. However, at this moment, there were dozens of square formations beneath the city. They were really strict, and killing intent surged into the clouds. It was obvious that they didn't think that he could take the ruler down and escape. After Yuan Weiling said this, he saw that Zhang Huai was still sitting on the city wall, looking really casual like he had no intention of replying. His expression instantly became really ugly. He didn't say anything more, expressionlessly looking at Zhang Huai once more. Let's hope that half a day later, when blades touch your body, Zhang Huai can still be so calm. After saying this, he turned his horse back and headed towards the formation. Zhang Huai's eyes flashed, and then he was interested. Whether or not the foreign minister will be stabbed by the blade is still an unknown matter. As for the ruler, what is the reason for invading our land for no reason? Starting a war, aren't you afraid of the people blaming you? For no reason, Yuan Weiling's body stopped, and the war beast under his feet stopped. Your Gantian Mountain is going against the law in Huizhou, making those new policies, slaughtering the gentry, going against the hierarchy, and bullying the people. My Great Yu is attacking the law. So what crime is there? Just looking at the cities in the south, one could see that they were all settled by sending out a proclamation. The people here have suffered for a long time. I remember that 2 years ago, your ruler Zhongshu used the tens of millions of people as an excuse to occupy Huizhou. What? Only your ruler is allowed to hang the people and punish them, but I, Yuan Weiling, am not allowed to save the people. That is true. Zhang Huai smiled when he heard this. However, the price isn't small. Let's just hope that ruler is prepared. Yuan Weiling couldn't be bothered to reply, scoffing coldly. He continued to ride his mount towards the direction of the main formation. However, in the next instant, he heard a cold bugle horn sound from behind. Then, there was a huge earthquake. The mountains and rivers shook. Yuan Weiling's expression changed slightly. The mount under him immediately moved according to his will. It flew into the air. When it was 1,000 feet high, Yuan Weiling looked out from afar. Tens of miles away, there was a huge army. They were marching over from behind. At the front were the 50,000 Big Dipper sword soldiers and Big Dipper crossbow soldiers that he was really worried about. And behind them were also incomparably elite armored soldiers. Looking out, there were 300,000 of them. None of them were below grade 3. At this moment, not only Yuan Weiling, but the many generals in the Great Yu army were all filled with disbelief. The entire army was in a state of panic. A sinister look flashed across Yuan Weiling's eyes. Before attacking Huizhou, he had thought that this might be a trap. This was why he had confirmed that most of the Gantian Mountain elites had moved north. Half of them had already boarded the ships before they decided to follow the ruler. After they went ashore, they were even more careful. Within a few hundred miles, there were many scouts. There were many troops at the main paths. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the enemy to sneak behind them without them knowing. However, how did the army in front of him appear here? Like a god army descending from the heavens, appearing in front of him. Looking left and right, he could see 200,000-strong armies marching over. They were also elite troops. Zhang Huai, who was beside him, laughed out once more. Zhang Huai might not die, but ruler won't be able to escape alive today. Yuan Weiling's eyes narrowed, but then he calmed down and remained calm. There was actually no need to worry about the battle today. They just had to wait for the results from Gantian Mountain. Chapter 780. Yuan Weiling's eyes narrowed, but then he calmed down and remained unperturbed. He didn't need to worry about the battle today. He just needed to wait for the results from Gantian Mountain. With several Saint Realm experts from Dowling Vast Habitat along with the various sects working together, how could they not deal with one Zhongsho? Even if he was invincible in this world, in the eyes of such people, he was just a slightly fat ant that could be wiped out with a flick of his finger. With Zhongsho dead, Gantian Mountain was about to be wiped out. Zhang Huai, Run Tianxing, and the hundreds of thousands of troops gathered here were naturally like duckweeds without roots, and there was nothing to fear. Thinking about it, Yuan Weiling's emotions slowly calmed down. He glanced at Zhang Huai and wasn't willing to speak more with this person. He controlled the mount to step down from midair and return to the main army. At this moment, there was no point in saying anything. Once news from Donglin Cloud Continent spread over, naturally everything would be solved. This Zhang Huai was really good at governing, and if he could surrender, he wouldn't be stingy with rewards. If he wasn't willing, then he could only be ripped apart by 5 horses and chariots to vent his hatred. This kid, he only knew how to use his tongue. However, at this moment, he couldn't allow this person to spout nonsense and mess up the morale of his troops. However, there would naturally be others who would do it for him. As the ruler, he didn't need to argue with this person. Before this, he personally opened his mouth to recruit him to show his sincerity. At this moment, if he personally did it, it would be beneath his status. At the front of the formation, there was a general dressed in commander armor who scolded out, "Zhang Huai, you dog, you are so rude. My ruler is trying to persuade you, but you actually dare to speak such nonsense. If you don't surrender, after we break through today, my great you will massacre you for 3 days. We will slice you into pieces, Zhang Huai." Yuan Weiling didn't bother, but he felt weird. It was already dawn. A few hours ago, he received news from Gantian Mountain that Zhongsho faced the 9-glory Xiankong cycle of reincarnation tribulation. At this moment, it should have ended long ago. Why was there still no news at all? Keeping away his doubts, Yuan Weiling focused on what was in front of him. At this moment, the armies on the 3 sides were all calmly pushing down the city. There was no need for him to give orders. The few generals under him who had been on the battlefield for a long time began to move. A group of 100,000 elite cavalrymen forced their way to the southeast and occupied several highlands there. It caused the armies coming from 3 directions to be unable to form an encirclement. Of the dozens of square formations under the city walls, only a portion of them remained outside the city. He also turned around. In just a quarter of an hour, it had turned into a square array. The formation was tight, facing off against the enemy troops on the left, right, and back. In the next moment, a group of silver-white cavalry broke out from the formation. He rushed to the top of a hill and observed the formation from there. There were only about 2,000 of them, but they gave off a great sense of oppression. Cavalry of the 6th Order? Yuan Weiling's thick brows rose. Wasn't Zhongsho's Blood Cloud Cavalry in Donglin Cloud Continent? Why was there a cavalry army made up of grade 6 Xuanwu ancestors here? He had never heard of such a thing before. Looking at their clothing and mounts, they looked like the Zhong family Black Fox Cavalry. However, these were the grade 3 elite cavalry that Zhong Weiran relied on to sweep the west of Donglin Cloud Continent. How did they become grade 6 Dao soldiers? Looking out, only to see an extremely muscular general standing at the front. With just one look, Yuan Weiling recognized that this was the current Donglin general who could be on the same level as Zhong Yuan, the one who helped Kong Yao take charge of Huizhou, Ren Tianxing. Looking at this person, he didn't care much. Actually, he had expected it. Since the 10 towns of Big Dipper sword soldiers and Big Dipper crossbow soldiers were here, then this person would definitely be here. This person was an unparalleled famous general who fought against the Night Demon army on 7 Cloud Mountain. He led the middle troops alone, using a weak army but not showing signs of losing, restricting a large portion of the night demon army. Even after Zhong Shou died, this person still had to be careful around him. His eyes flashed past Run Tianqing, only to see that beside him there were dozens of cultivators standing to his left and right. Their cultivations weren't that high. Even the strongest person was just grade 9. Coincidentally, it was these few people that caused Yuan Weiling's expression to change. His face was devoid of blood. He recognized these few people. Not long ago, they had met His Majesty. A few of them were the sect leaders of the few local sects in Huizhou. Ren Tianqing led the army and appeared behind him like a god army descending from the heavens. It caused his great Yu dynasty's chances of winning to start to waver. These few people didn't know the heavens and didn't know the situation. Surrendering and then rebelling, that was barely acceptable. However, there were two people who came from Southwind Cloud Continent, two sects that should have served him. It was because of their help that Yu dynasty was able to go up against the various sections. In that instant, the rage of being betrayed surged into his heart. It caused rage to burn in his eyes. He knew that he treated these sects well and tried his best to recruit them. However, at this moment, these people stabbed him in the back. Then his mind regained its rationality. There was definitely a reason why these two people would appear beside Ren Tianqing. They were either captured by Ren Tianqing or something unexpected happened on Gantian Mountainside. Many thoughts ran through his mind. Yuan Weiling's chest slowly turned cold. His ambition to establish the southeast was like a bucket of cold water was poured over him, his heart turning cold. It seems like ruler is unable to wipe out Shuangtian City this time. I, Zhang Huai, can avoid the pain of being stabbed to death. On the city walls, Zhang Huai was laughing, his eyes filled with a teasing expression. He originally wasn't willing to say such mocking words, but if he could use them to shake the fighting spirit of the million-strong Yu dynasty army, then it would be better. If he could reduce the casualties of Gantian Mountain, then why not? Ruler, are you finding it weird why it is so late at night? There should be an outcome on Gantian Mountain's side, but there is no news at all? Yuan Weiling's expression was dark and cold as he listened quietly. This was also what he was most confused about. Then, no matter if they won or lost, there shouldn't be no news at all. Naturally, it is because my Gantian Mountain went all out to block. However, at this moment, no one in the cloud world is willing to offend us and send news to ruler. Zhang Huai was halfway through his words when Ren Tianqing finished. His majestic voice rang out in the wilderness. Good. Ruler, you should know that 2 hours ago, Dowling vast habitat Huayan Jinren and Zhongguang Jinren have fallen. In the battle of Gantian Mountain, the Taoist faction lost close to 10,000 cultivators. There are also 40 Spirit Realm cultivators. My lord is fine and has safely gone through his tribulation. I am afraid I will have to disappoint ruler. When he said this, the Gantian Mountain soldiers all around gave out thunderous cheers. Many people didn't know who Huayan Zhongguang was. What kind of existence was that Dowling vast habitat? They only needed to know that their Gantian Mountain seemed to have won once more. Even just the news of ruler Zhong Shou safely going through his tribulation was enough for them to feel pumped up. Yuan Weiling's eyes were filled with disdain. Huayan Jinren and Zhongguang Jinren had fallen? What a joke. With them protecting, even if they lost, they would be able to retreat safely. Within the cloud world, who could do anything to them? However, when he looked at Ren Tianqing's side, his heart sank once more. Those few cultivators' faces were ashen white as they looked over expressionlessly. It was like they had silently agreed with Ren Tianqing's words. That Huayan Zhongguang really died? Taoist faction really lost? No wonder there was no news sent back. It was probably those sections. Great Yu, who had acknowledged him, had already lost, and there was no need to contact them. Damn it. Suddenly, in the distance, a glow that he had been waiting for broke through the air and entered. It wasn't a normal talisman, but a three-legged golden sparrow. With a flash, it was already in his hands. Yuan Weiling's face turned green. Spiritual beasts like the three-legged golden sparrow were really precious. It had the ability to cross worlds and could send messages from billions of miles away without fear of being intercepted. His Great Yu dynasty only had one. To use this item meant that all the communication methods from before were useless. Taking the talisman in his hand, Yuan Weiling's heart jumped. He didn't have time to think about how Huayan Zhongwang had fallen. Suddenly, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! Troops, listen to my orders and break out. All Guards Army troops stay behind and follow me. I will personally cover the rear." The moment he hollered out, the Million Yu dynasty troops were in an uproar. However, when he said the last sentence, pretty much all the Yu dynasty soldiers calmed down, their eyes filled with determination. When Zhang Huai and Run Tianxing heard this, they were both startled. They exchanged glances with one another from dozens of miles away. The same thought flashed across their hearts. This Yuan Weiling was a true hero. Run Tianxing shook his head, holding the giant sword in his hand as he sped back to the formation. He was different from Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan liked to personally charge and lead hundreds of thousands of troops to break formations. However, he liked to take charge of the back and control the troops to crush the enemy. Along with his return, the 5 towns of Big Dipper sword soldiers immediately pushed forward and pressed in that direction. 8 hours later, the sounds of killing at the foot of the Frosthaven City wall finally stopped. At this moment, dozens of miles outside the city were covered in broken armor and weapons, as well as horse corpses and human corpses. Many soldiers were passing through the area. Sun Mi treated those who were still alive and collected the corpses. Gantia Mountain now worshipped fire, and their armor was all red. There were tens of thousands of them spread out on the battlefield. However, there were even more corpses in black clothes and black armor in this place. Yu dynasty worshipped water, which was why their armor was all black. Zhang Huai looked down from a high vantage point and made a rough estimation in his heart. Thus, he guessed that the casualties of the Yu dynasty would be around 500,000. This battle could be said to be extremely intense. The time when the casualties were the least was when the Great Yu army first broke out of the encirclement. Under Run Tianxing's command, the hundreds of thousands of the Qin soldiers were all killed. They were like a meat grinder, continuously harvesting lives. Only then did the casualties rise sharply. As expected, Yuan Weiling personally led the Guards army to cover the retreat of the hundreds of thousands of Yu dynasty soldiers. Chapter 781. Shuri Wei is here. Has ruler completed your tribulation? That voice spread over from afar. At the same time, a vast intent no weaker than that of a celestial realm cultivator charged towards the platform. Shuri Wei? Zhongsho's brows rose up as he looked into the distance. Why would this person be here and return to the cloud world? He could see that tens of miles away, Shuri Wei was standing on a hill. He had his hands behind his back and was looking over with a gaze filled with fighting intent. Then, Zhongsho's eyes shifted to the 16-year-old beside him. Sure, Wuji. Zhongsho's eyes instantly revealed a look of understanding. So that was the case. Did Shuri Wei return to the cloud world for this person? Looking at him, did he want to find him to fight? Test his martial arts? Speaking of which, the God Emperor fist that would shock the cloud world in the future had already formed? His gaze was complicated as he looked toward Shi Wuji. Zhongsho smiled. Today, Zhongsho is lucky to have completed my tribulation. Why did General Shi come to find me? A thought spread out and stopped Zhong Yuan, who was leading the 7,000 Blood Cloud cavalry toward Shuri Wei. Just based on the fact that this person didn't take advantage of him, Zhongsho couldn't use numbers to bully him. Moreover, to fight this person, even with the Blood Cloud cavalry, it was useless. When Shuri Wei heard that, he laughed. Naturally, I came to find ruler to test my martial arts. Out of the same generation in the cloud world, there are only 3 to 5 people that I am interested in. Osamu Hara and Juyu are both really talented. Their sword techniques are top in the world. Unfortunately, they don't cultivate the King Path martial arts. Thinking about it, only the country ruler can help me perfect my fist technique. As expected, after saying those few words, Shirue didn't wait for Zhongsho to reply. Then, he threw a punch across the air. My fist technique is known as God Emperor. Ruler, be careful. From tens of miles away, the fist energy smashed over. The entire ground was sinking. Zhongsho raised his eyebrows, thinking that this guy was really not holding back. However, he also wanted to give it a try. After transcending the tribulation, just what kind of realm had his strength reached? The nameless sword had just been put away when it flew out again. A sword soared through the sky, bringing with it a monstrous sword chi as it slashed down 20 li away. The punch caused the surrounding space and time to collapse. It was extremely powerful. His sword, on the other hand, had split the entire world in half. Like a flash of lightning, it was extremely swift and fierce. The aura and energy hadn't even clashed. Their wills had already clashed together. Zhongsho's body could not help but lean back. He felt that the majestic and imposing fist intent was about to destroy him. Their wills were constantly colliding and intertwining, and they were gradually peering at each other's roots. Power. Force. Sure enough, it was the divine Emperor Fist. It used authority as its backbone and power as its strength. The greater the authority, the stronger the influence. It was pretty much the same theory as Kong Yao's army breaking. This person was righteous and had a righteous aura. However, within this, there was another foundation. There was a core great Tao hidden within. Such a level of clash was far from enough for him to peek into the true mysteries of this King Path Fist technique. Samuraim's eyes flashed, and his intent became much sharper. However, in the next instant, the fist intent that soared through the sky was forcefully broken through and dispersed by his sword intent. Kung! There was a sword ring as the fist intent was shattered by the nameless sword. Large amounts of energy spread out, causing 10 miles of the area to be swept. The ground was also instantly shaved off thousands of feet. Spirit realm cultivators all had the ability to move mountains and rivers. The two of them were top talents among cultivators, and their strength was far from being restricted by their realms. Although they were purposely controlling it, the sword intent wasn't affected. However, the remnant energy waves that spread out were still incomparably dangerous and unstoppable. The faces of the 600,000 soldiers in the formation were ashen white. Even with Kong Rui's heaven escaping energy circle formation, they found it tough to hold on. The faces of Hu Zhongyuan and the others were ashen white. They ordered all the generals to retreat further back. He felt that the person called Shirue in the distance was even stronger than those few celestial realm experts combined. The nameless sword in the distance didn't stop there. After breaking the fist aura, it spun and slashed at where Shirue was standing. The sword light turned into a dragon. It was actually a lightning long ing. It was shaped like a lightning dragon, but it had 7 claws. Before Spirit Realm, he could at most merge 4 dragons into one. After Spirit Realm, he could merge the 6 dragon sword intents into one. He could see the legendary dragon race ancestor, the absolute beginning dragon. Shirue wanted to find him to test his martial arts. Zhongsho also wanted to see how strong this person was now. Shirue's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Good." He protected Shiruji beside him, but he still had strength to spare. When the sword intent arrived, his fist turned into a palm. The strength in his body collapsed and shook. An irresistible force suddenly came crashing down from the sky. Heaven flipping seal. When the fist energy pressed down, the nameless sword's body shook. Although it wasn't pressed into the ground, it was still far away. However, he was still blasted far away, deviating from his previous sword path. Long Ing roared out. The sword light sliced and twisted, struggling a few times. Only then was he able to break free from the suppression of the fist energy. Shirue didn't bother, forming a fist seal and punching out towards the heaven-reaching platform. World settling seal. Power was the foundation of strength. When this fist came over, it was like it was carrying a country as it charged over. It also brought with it Shirue's unyielding and sincere wish. This fist could indeed settle the world. As the fist approached, it was as if a huge seal was pressing down on him. There was a huge power restricting Zhongsho's body, such that he couldn't move. This seal could settle 3,000 worlds. Zhongsho used his spiritual sense to sense it. This time he only felt his mind shake slightly. However, moments later, he became firm once more. Since he had decided to fight, then why was he so weak and hesitant? Even if it was just Zhong Weiron's request before he left, he couldn't give it up. The moment he made up his mind, Zhongsho's eyes became firm once more. Like he had gone through a baptism, his spiritual sense became even more firm and thick. In that moment of distraction, the fist seal had already arrived in front of him. It actually ignored the heaven-escaping energy circle formation and directly headed towards the heaven-reaching platform. Although Shiryue's body was dozens of miles away, the feeling he gave him now was that he was right in front of him. Like a mountain, like a prison. Zhongsho wasn't able to recall the nameless sword in time, so he used his sword to replace his finger. In the void, the shadow of a finger descended. A full 6 small dragon shapes gathered at his fingertips. The index and middle fingers coincidentally pointed to the left of the giant fist shadow. It was really simple, like he didn't use much strength. However, the power of the fist, which was about to crush him, suddenly stopped when it collided with his fist. Oh! Along with a soft sound, Zhongsho started to close his eyes to sense. This attack was based on the word fix, and it was an external attack. The next layer was still the power and strength laws, using them as the foundations. The last layer, which was also the core, he could roughly sense it. In the next instance, Zhongsho's pupils constricted. It was law. Shiryue's true fundamental law was actually just a law word. It was really simple, just one word. He instantly broke out into a laugh. No wonder so many experts would fall to this person. Trillions of laws, 3,000 daos, all of them could be included within. The laws of heaven and earth, as well as the laws of ruling a country. With this foundation, there was indeed no need for anything else. What a joke. The people of the future all thought that this person was a Confucian faction disciple, who knew that in his bones it was the legacy of the legalism faction. Law as the inside, Confucianism as the outside. Only with power and strength could one expand this Tao. He wanted to think about it, but unfortunately, the fist power was already collapsing. In an instant, it was gone. This Emperor God fist power was endless. Even if one was a celestial realm cultivator, he could easily kill them with one fist. However, at this moment, Shiryue was still unable to perfect it. This was why he was able to find the biggest weakness of the fist technique in an instant. He didn't use any strength at all, causing the fist power to collapse and scatter. However, the fist power was still there. After it collapsed, it scattered all about. Zhongsho was unable to restrict it all. He could only hear a few cracking sounds. The Heaven Ascension platform under his feet finally could not withstand the impact and crumbled. Zhongsho was smiling. The people of the future only knew about the strength of this Emperor God fist. The slightly stronger cultivators could only learn about it from ancient books. They knew that this fist technique used power and strength as its foundations. In the end, it was a grade 12 world destroying technique, close to grade 13 supreme emperor path martial technique. However, other than those few people, no one else in the world knew what was so powerful about this martial art. Although the battle today destroyed the heaven-reaching platform. However, to be able to see the foundations of Shiryue from this was really worth it. The stone beneath him collapsed. Zhongsho decided to just stand in the air. With a wave of his hand, the nameless sword flew back into his hand. With a wave of the sword light, it turned into a white light that flashed dozens of miles away. This time, it was still a 6-dragon merger sword. However, it used the platinum dragon as the foundation to merge the other 5 sword intents. The sword speed was slightly slower, not as good as the instant space dragon and the lightning dragon, but it was much sharper and sharper. Platinum dragon sword, nothing it couldn't cut. Kung. If one said that Zhongsho's first sword seemed to have slashed open the world, That was just an exaggeration to describe the aura. However, at this moment, the world in front of him was sliced into two pieces. In the distance, Shiryue's expression changed slightly, following which he laughed. As expected, "Ruler, you didn't disappoint me." Then, he carried Shiryue and flew into the air. He was like a fallen leaf, totally powerless. Along with the white sword light, he continued to retreat. However, his expression was solemn and serious. In a 30th of a breath, he was already 100 miles away. He looked on as the platinum dragon sword slashed open this 100 miles of space. The sword attack was still as strong as before and didn't show any signs of weakening. Shiryue didn't dare to delay any longer. He rose into the air and then stepped down. World settling seal. The moment his right foot stepped down, the entire 30 miles around started to shake. However, the sword light changed once more. From the overbearing sharpness of slashing mountains and rivers to the small size of an embroidery needle. To be continued. Chapter 782. The sword's shadow was like a shuttle, piercing through the void. Under the guidance of Zhong Shoshin's spiritual sense from below to above, it was like a Milky Way hanging upside down. Taking advantage of the gaps, quicksilver flowed down. In just an instant, the world-settling seal was broken. Shiryue was startled when he saw that, and then laughed bitterly. Bloodsword Monster Emperor, top in the cloud world, you really live up to your name. Today, I have learned a lot. When his voice landed, numerous wind blades slashed out in all directions. He forced the blood-colored sword shadow away. Then it directly tore open a crack in the void. He brought Shiryuji and stepped out of the cloud world without any reluctance. The place where they were standing before was still filled with energy and sound waves. After a long while, it slowly calmed down. This Shiryue is so strong. Kong Yao had been looking on quietly behind Zhong Shou. At this moment, she sighed. People say that the future God Emperor position is most probably the three big families of the Central Continent. Kong Yao always felt that this Shiryue is far stronger than those few. She asked curiously, "Who is the person beside him?" "His bones are clear, and he has no cultivation. However, when the two of you fought, his body didn't fall. Such willpower and perseverance is truly extraordinary. Naturally, he is not ordinary. This person is called Shiryuji and has a close relationship with Song Xingdao. Speaking of which, both of them are blessed by the heavens." Seeing Kong Yao's gaze, she looked over in shock. Zhong Shou smiled. "This is what I got from observing the sky. Little Yao, if you don't believe me, then forget it." When Kong Yao heard that, she scoffed. What observing the sky? Even her father couldn't do it with the one king divination money. How could this fellow do it? It was most probably nonsense. She didn't bother about him and continued to meditate, thinking back. Zhong Shou formed a seal with his hand, using the earth word technique along with his spiritual sense. The collapsed heaven-reaching platform seemed like time had reversed. The broken pieces of stone flew back one by one. In just a few blinks of an eye, the heaven ascension platform rose from the ground once more. Everything returned to normal without any abnormalities. It was as if it had never been broken or collapsed from the beginning to the end. And just as the origin spirits gathered here once more. Zhong Shou's arm shook violently, and the thunder-winged dragon broke free from his body. His body started to change and expand bit by bit. As for the sky, it began to change once again. Little Gold, Hanshi, and Xiaori all returned to his sleeves and started to sleep. The four spirit beasts were all his natural protector beasts and were connected to each other. Although the benefits that the four beasts received from his tribulation this time were not as good as that of Kong Yao, who was his dual cultivation partner, the four beasts were still very powerful. However, it was enough for the lightning-winged dragon to enter the spirit realm. As for Little Gold and Hanshi, they also needed time to digest the benefits they obtained from him. At the center of his brows, the spiritual embryo was also jumping around. Zhao Yanran, that demoness, has actually begun her tribulation. So fast. Isn't she afraid of dying? This demoness had just reached grade 9. Little Gold and the others had stayed with him in the space accelerated by the Book of Ian for dozens of years. This Zhao Yinran really didn't have any accumulation at all, even when he had just finished his tribulation and advanced to late spirit realm. When he injected large amounts of true essence, he had to take many risks. This woman had followed him many years ago, and the two of them were from the same sect. More or less, they had some feelings for each other. He really didn't want this woman to die early. Thinking about this, Zhong Shou gave out a self-mocking laugh. That's right. With the protection of the Buddhist faction, how could that demoness die? Most probably she would be safe. Also, he was still looking at the current situation from the perspective of the Age of Chaos. When a spiritual wave was low, cultivators often needed extremely strong foundations to be able to advance and go through their tribulation. Their cultivation speed would also be really slow. However, when the spiritual wave rose, if one's talents were slightly stronger, they would be able to cross the human, earth, and heaven realms in 3 to 5 years. In this era, if there weren't 10,000 of such people, there were at least 3,000. The tribulation was even simpler. In the past, one needed to accumulate enough before they could go through it. However, in this era, one only needed a peaceful and righteous method that had been tested. After one went through the tribulation, one would be able to accumulate and replenish one's foundations. The higher one's realm, the wider one's thoughts would be, and one would have a deeper understanding of the heaven and earth path. As for the foundations, when one's realm was high enough, one would have time to make up for it. Simply put, one had to buy the ticket first before getting on the train. It was the same as getting on the train first and then buying the ticket later. The former had more strength, while the latter grasped strong strength in advance. It was tough to decide who was better between the two. Thinking about it, there was no need to worry about Zhao Yinran going through her tribulation. Zhong Shou shook his head and then waved his sleeves, releasing the blue fire Xian turtle that was trapped within the Lingjie ring. A month ago, he couldn't do anything to this turtle. He didn't believe that today, when he reached the spirit realm, he couldn't do anything about it. This blue fire Xian turtle was still frozen in the thick Xian ice, its eyes innocently looking outwards. The moment it adapted to this new environment, this fellow sniffed within the ice layer. In the end, its gaze landed on the corpse of a Xuanwu giant beast tens of thousands of feet away. Since this beast was dead, the cultivators of Dowling vast habitat started to flee in all directions. The cultivators of the side were all terrified of Zhong Shou's strength, and no one dared to move. It continued to stay there. The corpse didn't rot, and a stone layer formed on its outer shell. It was like the broken tail left behind by the spirit salamander. Looking at the corpse, the blue fire Xian turtle's eyes started to burn. It was obviously really anxious. It tried its best to push outwards, but it was still unable to break the Xian ice. At the same time, it tried to bite down, but it was helpless like a month ago. In the end, it could only look towards Zhong Shou with a pleading gaze. Zhong Shou looked on. His heart moved slightly, and then he smiled. "Do you want me to let you pass?" The blue fire Xian turtle couldn't understand human speech, but it could sense Zhong Shou's thoughts and nodded its head. That is possible. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, and he smiled brightly. Several drops of essence blood seeped out from his palm and formed several talismans in the air. "It's just that I lack a protector spirit beast. Are you willing?" The blue fire Xian turtle retracted its head and hesitated slightly. A moment later, it nodded its head. Only then did Zhong Shou smile and rip apart all the Qinjun talismans. Another ball of black flames rose up and melted the 10,000 layers of colorless Xian ice. In just a moment, a small portion of the Xian ice melted. Half of it was broken by the huge strength of the blue fire Xian turtle. However, after breaking free, the giant turtle was too lazy to bother with Zhong Shou. 12 ice wings instantly appeared, and like lightning, it dashed towards the direction of the Xuanwu beast corpse. However, just as the blue fire Xian turtle got close, and before it was able to do anything, It felt a heavy pressure on its body. Chapter 783. I expected this to happen. As expected, he looks simple and honest, but he is actually really cunning. Zhong Shou shook his head and sighed as he stood on the back of the turtle. The silhouette looked thin and weak, as if it could not withstand the wind. At this moment, he was dozens of times heavier than those 1,000 June talismans. After reaching Spirit Realm, one's strength couldn't be measured in kilograms. It was measured in terms of mountains. Naturally, it wasn't a normal mountain, but the legendary Little Sumer Mountain of the Buddhist Pure Land. It was said that it was 33,000 feet tall, and its body was made of natural glass. There were 10,800 of them in the Pure Land, and each one weighed 1.5 billion kilograms. Cultivators who just entered Spirit Realm normally had the strength of one mountain. They could lift up 3 little Sumer mountains and pull up mountains and rivers. When one reached late Spirit Realm, one would have the strength of 9 mountains. Zhong Shou was different from normal cultivators. His foundations had been trained to the extreme before the tribulation. His sword Intent Realm had broken through to Spirit Realm. Dual meridian body. Each set of chakra meridians had the strength of 12 mountains. This wasn't even calculated yet. Now he was 50% spirit and martial arts merger. Stepping on the turtle's back was enough to cause it to be unable to move. Why are you doing this? In any case, I am the monarch of a country. What's wrong with you following me and eating and drinking well every day? Naturally, when it was in danger, it would help Zhong Shou block the blade. The moment he said this, little Gold and Showery, who hadn't truly fallen asleep, protested in his heart. They expressed that they had followed him for so many years and hadn't eaten anything good. Zhong Shou was instantly furious and scolded back. Where did all the spiritual gold and spiritual materials he collected go? Also, Showery wouldn't be able to sniff his body in the future. Suppressing these 2 rebellious spiritual beasts, Zhong Shou looked below. He saw that the turtle was struggling with all its might. Its 4 limbs dug into the ground, and a giant hole was dug out. However, no matter what, it was unable to shake off the giant mountain that was pressing down on the turtle shell. Instead, the ground couldn't take the pressure and started to sink. The blue fire Xian turtle sank into the ground. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. After hesitating for a moment, he simply retracted his head into the tortoise shell and once again circulated the black tortoise astral energy. He was unwilling to subdue Zhong Shou just like that. Zhong Shou didn't care. He reached out his hand and sucked. A black and blue light shot out from the black tortoise's corpse and into Zhong Shou's hand. It was a Xuanwu beast pellet. At this moment, the giant Xuanwu turtle had died in the hands of the Yin dragon. However, this pill was still glowing, and its spirituality didn't decrease at all. Zhong Shou narrowed his eyes. He only needed to think for a moment to figure out the reason. The black tortoise was sincerely nurtured by millions of Taoist disciples day and night. As the guardian sacred beast of the Taoist sect, it lived in the grotto heaven. At this moment, most of the essence in his body had been swallowed by the Yin dragon. However, there was still a portion that remained within the Xuanwu turtle core. The blue fire Xian turtle was also of the black tortoise lineage. Naturally, this pill was of great benefit to it. However, if he used it as a material to craft a celestial artifact, it would be a decent choice. Stepping on the tortoise shell, Zhong Shou's face turned serious. His expression was dark and cold. If you don't come out, I will cook and eat you. The body of the black tortoise shook, but it still didn't move. I started to form on its shell once more. Zhong Shou laughed coldly and increased the strength of his feet. He used a thread of sword intent to suppress the mind of the black tortoise. You lazy thing, do you still think that it is a month ago? Only to hear a loud cracking sound. This time, Zhong Shou didn't even need to use his sword to crush the ice layer. The nameless sword hung above the tortoise shell. The sword glow spat out and broke through the black tortoise astral energy. It pierced a small hole in the tortoise shell. I will ask you one last time. Are you going to surrender or not? The blue fire Xian tortoise also noticed that this Xian ice tortoise shell couldn't block Zhongsho anymore. It didn't hesitate and tossed out its head. Only then did Zhongsho smile and place the blood mark on the head of the black tortoise. Then his spiritual sense charged into the blue fire Xian tortoise's mind to search around. The true name of the black tortoise was made up of two mysterious runes. Looking at it carefully, it was most probably Steel Hard. Zhongsho's face twitched. Steel and Hard, what a good name. He was speechless in his heart. Zhongsho's spiritual sense spread out without any hesitation. They turned into tiny wisps of soul remembrance that entered the true name and spread out in all directions. In just a moment, it formed a spiritual formation which locked down the soul core of the black tortoise. On the wheel, the blood-colored talisman suddenly retracted. It turned into a ball of fire-like blood and imprinted in the center of the forehead, resonating with the inside and outside. At this step, he finally subdued the blue fire Xian tortoise. In the future, with just a thought, Zhongsho would be able to control its soul such that this black tortoise wouldn't be able to resist. You can't tell others your true name. In the future, I will call you Little. The moment he said this, Zhongsho hesitated. It wasn't good to have too many small words. Looking at the body of the blue fire Xian tortoise, how could it be related to the word little? Thus, he changed his words. I will call you Blue Fire. Simple and clear, it was quite nice to hear. The blue fire Xian tortoise didn't bother about it. The moment the pressure on the shell disappeared, it continued to pounce forwards. On the other hand, Zhongsho was stunned. Apart from the Xuanwu beast pellet, was there something else in the corpse that could attract the blue fire Xian tortoise? He saw the blue fire Xian tortoise bite the Xuanwu beast corpse. It sucked in dozens of mouthfuls of blood and swallowed the remaining essence blood before tossing the corpse aside. It actually forcefully separated the tortoise shell from the corpse, following which, he took off the layer of his shell that was poked with holes by Zhongsho's sword. With another flash, his naked body drilled into the shell of the Xuanwu turtle. Zhongsho's mouth was agape when he saw this. Thinking to himself that this was possible, the difference in size between the two couldn't be calculated with logic. The size was not compatible, and it wasn't formed from one piece. Even if the blue fire Xian tortoise forcefully occupied it, what was the use? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the Xian tortoise stretch its head out and look at the Xuanwu beast pellet in his hand. Hesitating for a moment, Zhongsho still tossed the pellet in his hand over. He wanted to see what this tortoise was trying to do. When the blue fire Xian tortoise saw this, it was delighted. It swallowed the black-blue light into its mouth. Then, it retracted its head back into the Xuanwu turtle shell. In just a moment, Zhongsho felt that the sky had changed once more. The tribulation energy caused by the lightning winged dragon suddenly started to swell and increase. Raising his head, Samaram looked into the sky, only to see a white glow land and split into two. Only a small portion headed towards the lightning winged dragon. The rest headed towards the Xuanwu turtle shell. Zhongsho's brow rose up. This turtle was actually going through the celestial realm tribulation. Speaking of which, this turtle was indeed at the peak of the spirit realm, just a step away. It was most probably the Xuanwu blood and the God Realm beast pellet that allowed the blue fire Xian tortoise to take that step in advance. He couldn't help but feel really interested. To be able to see the celestial realm tribulation at such a close distance was a decent experience. After all, he had stepped into the late spirit realm and wasn't far from the celestial realm. Who knows, in just 8 to 10 years, he would be able to take that step. Using his spiritual sense, a bright glow flashed in Samarim's eyes. Vast lightning body destroying tribulation. Legend had it that this tribulation focused on the physical body. It was recorded many times in the song Shengdao books. It was ranked 3rd in the celestial realm tribulation. In these 10,000 years in Song Shengdao, only one person had managed to escape safely from the vast lightning body destroying tribulation. It seemed like this blue fire Xian tortoise was either as talented as Zhongsho. or it did too many bad things and deserved to be punished by the heavens. The white light landed and smashed onto the Xuanwu turtle shell. It wrapped around the turtle shell and gave out a teeth-numbing screeching sound, but it wasn't able to enter. After a short while, it slowly disappeared. A portion of it dissipated into the air, while a portion was sucked in by the turtle shell. Following that, the second and third tribulation of body destruction came crashing down. The turtle shell was still perfectly fine. Instead, a ball of jade fire burned within and seeped out of the shell. Zhongshou carefully sensed, and moments later, his expression turned weird. So that is the case. Using the power of the lightning tribulation to refine this Xuanwu shell? Sure enough, this tortoise looked stupid. Actually, it is so smart that it is surprising. This Xuanwu turtle shell was far from what the blue fire Xian tortoise's own shell could compare to. 20,000 years of accumulation, being nurtured in the heavenly place, and being worshipped by God power, the shell was really firm. In the battle just now, the claws and teeth of the god Realmine dragon weren't even able to leave a mark on it. One could see how strong it was. If it wasn't for its sneak attacking and attacking its weakness, it wouldn't have been able to do so. In this battle, Kazine Dragon would have most likely lost. At this moment, this blue fire Xian tortoise was using the Xuanwu pellet blood as well as the vast lightning body destroying tribulation power to attack from the inside and outside. It chased away the remnant soul of the Xuanwu to refine the shell and leave its own spiritual sense mark. It wanted to merge the shell with its body. If it really succeeded, then no one in the celestial realm would be able to do anything to it. This was why this turtle was really intelligent. It was much stronger than simply using the flesh and blood of the Xuanwu pellet to raise its bloodline cultivation. What Zhongshou paid more attention to was the tribulation lightning power. At this moment, he had broken free from the heavenly sense and couldn't directly see the tribulation lock. However, he could roughly sense that the vast lightning body destroying tribulation was roughly from power. Using this as a foundation, he could deduce the strength of his celestial realm pill forming tribulation. He knew that heaven and earth definitely wouldn't treat him well. In the future, the tribulation he faced would definitely be in the top 3 of the celestial realm tribulation. At this moment, to be able to see the blue fire Xian tortoise and go through this lightning tribulation was really fortunate. With my current strength, I have a 90% chance of passing this vast lightning body destroying tribulation. The second tribulation isn't difficult. However, compared to the withering life and death tribulation that power called celestial realm is still a little lacking. He waited quietly. Roughly 8 minutes later, the tribulation energy in the air finally calmed down. Chapter 784. The first to change was the lightning-winged dragon. A roar shook the clouds. The shadow of a dragon suddenly rushed up from the heaven ascension platform. It snaked through the sky. It brought with it millions of lightning sparks, its aura shocking the heavens. Zhongshou looked up and smiled. It was time for this lightning-winged dragon to form a true name. He had long given it the name Lightning Wings. Different from normal giant lightning dragons, it had 6 pairs of transparent red fire wings. It could be said to be a mutated dragon. This was why its lightning technique was slightly weaker, but it could control the true fire of the sun. Its extreme speed far exceeded that of normal giant lightning dragons and could be compared to Hanshi. Looking below, the vast lightning body destroying tribulation of the blue fire Xian turtle was coming to an end. The shell of the Xuanwu giant beast had already shrunk to 5,000 feet. The body of the blue fire Xian turtle swelled up by a lot. Its 4 limbs and wings stretched out from the shell and fit its body perfectly. The giant ghost head was filled with provocation as it looked towards Zhongshou. Its eyes shone with a dangerous glow like it was eager to try. Zhongshou burst out laughing, spreading out his spiritual sense and activating the soul binding technique. The blue fire Xian turtle instantly cried out, using its claws to hug its head as it laid on the ground. Occasionally, it would hit its head on the ground, its expression filled with pain. In the end, it couldn't take it anymore and begged Zhongsho. Only then did the pain lessen. Then, it became well-behaved and stayed obediently by Zhongsho's side. Its eyes flashed with a weird expression. It didn't understand Zhongsho's late spirit realm cultivation. His spiritual sense was so strong, but he was still able to activate the soul binding formation. Not only was it unable to break free, but it also gave it such pain. However, thanks to this, it understood a theory. It was best not to try and break free from his fellow's control. At this moment, Zhongsho returned to the heaven-reaching platform with a flash. He also benefited a lot from the blue fire Xian turtle going through the vast lightning body, destroying tribulation. He couldn't enter the state of the union of heaven and man. However, he was still able to see through the surface and even see through some of the core rules of the great Tao. They were all related to the secrets of the physical body. All the tribulation power targeted the weak parts of the physical body, destroying the physical body. The blue fire Xian turtle relied on its thick turtle shell to pass the tribulation. Zhongsho would not have such conditions in the future. If I hadn't seen this tribulation up close, I wouldn't have known that my physical body had so many shortcomings. There are so many things that need to be perfected. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Zhongsho felt. If he couldn't withstand any of these chains, he would definitely die. No wonder so many cultivators prepare all sorts of secret treasures before going through the tribulation to deal with it. This was the same logic as the blue fire Xian turtle borrowing the power of the Xuanwu shell to pass the tribulation. Since he was powerless to fix these weaknesses, he could only rely on external forces. To cultivators, this tribulation was actually a calamity in their life and also a way to perfect their life. Zhongsho's spiritual sense flowed and covered his entire body. Then, he entered meditation to look at his vast soul ocean, as well as the 18 talismans and the black and white hole Dharma above. He thought back to Shiryue's law word. All the laws in the world were within it. He also thought back to Long Ying's one. The 9 types of true dragons all came from the absolute beginning. If he didn't experience that battle and didn't look at Shiryue's foundations, he wouldn't know how complicated his soul ocean talismans were. With Shiryue's law word as his foundation, he didn't need to merge the Tao into one. Then, what should I do about Zhongsho? After the spiritual restrictions is to turn the complicated into simple. Logically speaking, I should choose one out of the various Taos I grasped as my foundation. If I continue to develop the black and white holes, I will most probably have the beginning and end specialty. It is the end of the universe and the beginning of the universe. It can explain everything and give birth to numerous laws. Absolute beginning, this is my Dharma. In the future, it won't be difficult for me to reach the end realm, and I can even try to reach the true realm. However, the universe, yin and yang, fate, cause and effect, swallow and spit talismans, I am not willing to give them up so easily. Zhongsho's brow was tightly furrowed, and he felt like he was in a tough spot. No matter which one of these talisman Taos he gave up, he felt really unwilling and unwilling. Master used the 9 types of true dragons to deduce the true meaning of the absolute beginning dragon. It seems like he wants to walk this path to reach the true realm. Although no one in this region had ever reached the legendary true path, the true path had never been reached. However, I heard rumors that there can only be one extreme Tao. If someone occupies it, then one can't reach the true realm. I want to walk the beginning and end path. However, I have some conflicts with Master. I can't confirm these words, but I have to be wary. Shiryue used the law word to describe the Taos of heaven and earth. Then, what should I, Zhongsho, do? Merge the 18 talismans in my body. Merge the black and white Dharma into one. He thought hard about it, but still couldn't find a way to enter. Zhongsho's fingers unconsciously drew on the ground in front of him. Another 2 hours later, when Kong Yao finally memorized all the comprehensions of Zhongsho in her heart, she opened her eyes once more. Zhongsho was in a daze beside her. Beside him were two spiritual beasts. One was a lightning-winged dragon that had finished its tribulation and was using the abundant spiritual energy here to strengthen its body. The other was a turtle that she had never seen before. It shrunk to the size of a palm and laid quietly beside Zhongsho. Kong Yao originally didn't want to disturb him, but Zhongsho's face was twisting. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was ferocious, sometimes he was excited, and sometimes he was helpless. It was as if he had been possessed. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, "Ruler, why are you so focused?" Her words contained the heart-cleansing secret technique that she had learned before. Her voice was clear and melodious. She tried to calm down Zhongsho's emotions. Hatefully, Xian Yunlan wasn't here. If not, with her zither skills, she would only need one song, and Zhongsho wouldn't be in danger of turning into a demon. After a series of sounds, Zhongsho came back to his senses. "Lil Yao, you called me? What are you talking about?" After he said that, he understood. Then, he smiled gratefully towards Kong Yao. As expected, after jumping 3 grades in one go, his soul and thoughts were shaken and weren't stable anymore. If it wasn't for Kong Yao waking him up, he might have really lost his mind today. Ruler's cultivation speed is rarely seen in the world. The strength of your foundations is something that few people can compare to. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. Kong Yao shook her head and persuaded him. Then, she looked curiously in front of Zhongsho. "Jun Shang, I don't know what you wrote on the ground just now." Kong Yao felt that it was really mysterious, like it was one with heaven and earth. "Oh, that's not right. It should be able to contain the entire heaven and earth." She really didn't understand and didn't know how to say it out loud. Was this a speech barrier? Can't the secrets of the laws be spoken of? "Call me husband. Ruler, ruler is too distant," Zhongsho said while looking in front of him. Then he was stunned once more. "This is the Tao of the Grand Tao." The moment he said that, Kong Yao's heart shook. Looking closely, as expected, it was a Tao word. Before this, she didn't understand, but after hearing what Zhongsho said, she broke the speech barrier. Following which, Zhongsho laughed out loud. "Thinking about it for half a day, so I've already written out the solution." Shuriwei used the law word to contain the laws of heaven and earth. Then, Zhongsho used this Tao word to merge the 3,000 Taos. Absolute beginning and end, universe, yin and yang, fate, cause and effect, life and death, swallow and spit. Weren't these Taos all included? The moment such a thought rose up, his soul ocean changed once more. With a loud explosion, it shook and reformed. This continued for several breaths of time, and when it ended, apart from a slight increase in soul power, Zhongsho couldn't see any changes. However, he could feel that after he comprehended the Tao path, the structure of his soul ocean was much more stable. It was also much closer to the source of heaven and earth. In the future, if there was a clash of intents, his sword intent would be much stronger. This surprise couldn't be suppressed. Zhongsho hugged Kong Yao and kissed her face. Just at this moment, his spiritual sense moved slightly. He only felt a few familiar auras flying toward the heaven-reaching platform. It's Irin and Ruoshui. Zhongsho pretty much didn't need to differentiate. His soul could sense it. There are 2 more people, Rinbua and Kong Rue. No, it should be Country Father in Arms. Hu Zhongyuan and the others are also here. Kong Yao was shocked, breaking free from Zhongsho's embrace. Her face flushed red, not knowing what to do. She didn't know how to face these people. Xinyuan Irin was the wife of the queen. Kong Rue was her father, and Hu Zhongyuan and the others were her subordinates. Thinking back to the various things that happened today, the shameless things that she did here, Kong Yao felt so embarrassed that she didn't have the face to face anyone. She wanted to dig a hole, bury herself in it. Looking around, Kong Yao was prepared to find a place to hide. However, all she saw was an empty space, just as she was hesitating whether or not to hide in Zhongsho's sleeves. Outside of the hall, a few people had already stepped in. Xinyuan Irin's voice rang out. Not bothering about Zhongsho, she directly asked Kong Yao, "Is Sister Yao okay?" Kong Yao couldn't help but sigh. She had to face such things in the end. She stood up and bowed towards the door. Kong Yao greets sister. When she said that, she saw two petite people walk in from outside. The gazes that they shot over were filled with pity and sympathy. Kong Yao didn't understand at first, but then she came back to her senses. The three of them exchanged glances with one another, filled with sympathy and sympathy. Pretty much at the same time, common people path vast habitat. Within the book hiding hall, Han Fong, who was leisurely sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. He instantly turned into a purple light and charged into the ancestral hall. Looking at the mysterious life golden book, his mouth was agape. What happened? That brat actually moved forward another page? What did he do? Originally, Zhong Shou's golden page was 15th, but now it flipped forward, squeezing down another person in front. Chapter 785. What is going on? That brat actually moved forward another page? What did he do? Is it because of his tribulation? Impossible. Originally, Zhong Shou's golden page was ranked 15th. At this moment, it flipped forward once more, squeezing down another person in front of him. Before the 14th person, it was either Saint Realm or End Realm Saint Venerables. As long as one was still within this region, the mysterious golden life book would know everything. It would be able to check the situation of each and every person. It would even be able to sense their soul foundations. Below these 14 were 30 God Realm cultivators who were ranked above them. They were ranked according to their potential. Potential was first, strength was second, seniority was next. The more likely one was to step into End Realm, the higher their ranking would be. In other words, in the eyes of the mysterious golden life book, Zhong Shou's foundations, Zhong Shou's Tao source had already suppressed all the God Realm cultivators in the common people's vast habitat. He was the one who had the highest chance of stepping into the Saint Realm out of all the Tsang Xingdaos. That also included Han Fong. He is just Spirit Realm and is actually better than all of us who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Just how strong was this kid's Tao foundation? Could it be that his beginning and end Tao has made progress again? He only felt that it was inconceivable. Han Fong shook his head. He suppressed the urge to run over Gigantian Mountain to take a look. His gaze was complicated as he looked at Dowling vast habitat, as well as the layers of space barriers. At this moment, the cloud world was totally sealed off by several End Realm cultivators. Even with his cultivation, he could only take a peek. The surrounding few worlds were shaking and were on the verge of collapsing. However, he didn't know the exact situation. He only knew that 5 extremely strong powers were going up against one another from billions of miles away. The End Realm cultivators hadn't even truly clashed. Just the spiritual sense clashing already had such an aura. Han Fang's mind was slowly immersed within. Just the remnant spiritual sense clashing at the corners made him immersed in it. The confrontation of the Tao of origin between the 5 of them stirred up dozens of worlds. It caused countless rules to either collapse and recombine, or disappear and reappear. It was located beside the cloud world, and was probably the most unfortunate thing about the surrounding small and big worlds. However, to Han Fong, this was a great fortune. Due to the battle between the 5 End Realm experts, these worlds were in chaos. Some rules hidden in the depths of the origin would appear from time to time. They would reflect on his origin soul, never to be erased. The sun set and the stars sank. After an unknown amount of time, Han Fong woke up again. Martial Uncle is fine. Junior Martial Brother Wei is truly the #1 schemer in Tsang Xingdao. Han Fong's eyes were filled with joy, not for herself, but for Tsang Xingdao. With Long Ying's help, his senior master wouldn't have to face 2 End Realm experts alone. If it was in the past, out of the hundreds of thousands of disciples in Tsang Xingdao, even Yuan Jing, who took a shortcut and stepped into End Realm, didn't have the ability to help him. Within Tsang Xingdao, only someone with his strength would know about the 3 sects and 6 schools of the common people's vast habitat. Just how dangerous was the current situation? Even if he was the strongest out of all the end realms in the cloud world, it was too much for him to fight one against two. What the Taoist faction and Confucian faction feared was his senior master's suicide technique. Could he be like Shi Zi, suppressing everyone with his strength? This awkward situation had finally changed today. With Long Ying's current situation, he had no choice but to join hands with Song Shengdao. Thinking about that, Han Feng pointed into the air. The mysterious life golden book flipped forwards. In just a moment, it reached the second page, only to see that on it were the words, Song Shengdao, Master Wei Su. His position was even higher than Yuan Jing, who had entered End Realm. Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. What Song Shengdao needed the most now was time. Now, he had the world. However, that Sibei Taoist lord still interfered 8,000 years ago. That person separated from the Taoist faction. He gave up the Dowling vast habitat, but in the end, he couldn't let go of the rise and fall of the Taoist faction. However, this was expected. Han Feng didn't care. Although this person appeared, he was still trying to persuade them to make peace. The few people outside of the cloud world had no fighting spirit. They couldn't fight this battle. After spending several days, there was finally a chance for them to come to an agreement. Who knows what would happen in the end? Following this, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. He couldn't even take care of himself, so how would he have the time to care about all this? Compared to Long Ying, who fought with his back to the wall, when the 5 decay of the celestial being was about to hit his body, he finally broke through and stepped into End Realm. There was also A.O. Kuan, who went all out, not caring about cultivating the dragon swallowing technique to take revenge. Han Feng was really amusing. A year ago, he said that he wanted to try to enter the Saint Realm. However, he hesitated, and until now, he wasn't able to make a decision. Without the will to let go of everything and cut off all means of retreat, how could one walk further on the path of cultivation? Shaking his head, Han Feng's body turned into a purple light and charged out of the ancestral hall. This time, he didn't return to Book Hiding Hall B. He directly passed out of the vast habitat and entered the World River, the gap between the worlds. The outer realm was still trembling. The ripples of an end realm battle could cause the soul of a peak god realm expert to scatter just by touching them. Han Feng didn't fear anything at all. He wanted to head to the core of the battle. Looking on from the side wasn't enough to satisfy him. Only by entering the center of the storm would he be able to get everything he wanted. 3,000 miles west of Donglin, a mist spread out. Shuriwei was standing on a lone island in the cloud ocean. His gaze pierced through the heavy space barriers as he looked outside of the cloud world. How problematic. These few people really don't know when to stop. Sighing, Shuriwei's tone was filled with helplessness. They aren't fighting. They aren't leaving. How boring is this? Who knows when it will stop? To return to that small-sized world, one had to first enter the World River. However, looking at the outer region, all the worlds were in chaos. At any moment, they could collapse. Within the void, there were countless space-time storms that were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. At this moment, it was impossible to pass through. This was why he had stayed here for several days. Sure, Wuji didn't know what Shuriwa meant. Who knew who those few people were? He just focused on reading the book in his hand. He got it from Gantian Mountain. If Zhongsho was here, he would be shocked. This book was one of the 9 true dragon sword manuals that he placed in Gantian Mountain for the people to study. Although it was a copy, it was no different from the true sword manual. Chapter 786. Maybe it was because he wanted to test him, or because he was bored. Shiryu waited for a moment. When Sure Wuji flipped to the last page of the True Dragon Sword Manual, he asked with a smile, "Is there anything you don't understand that you want to ask?" Sure Wuji shook his head and didn't reply. After putting away the swordsmanship manual, he stood up and pulled out the sword at his waist. Then, he fiercely thrust his sword forward. Wong, a loud ring with the sword body as the center. The surrounding air vibrated like ripples. One could hear the roar of a dragon. Shiryue's eyes instantly lit up. Just this sword showed that the kid in front of him had already obtained 20% of the true meaning of the Wind Cloud Dragon Sword. Only because his cultivation wasn't high enough did he restrict the power of the sword. This level of comprehension could be called monstrous. Sure Wuji was in deep thought, following which he stabbed out a second time. Another dragon roar rang out. This time it drew the power of the wind and clouds around him. Like this time, each time he stabbed out, Sure Wuji would stop and think. After dozens of swords, a dragon shape appeared on the sword body. However, the longing energy was just formed. The fine steel sword in his hand couldn't take it and broke into pieces. Sure Wuji frowned. He couldn't continue training in this sword technique, so he could only stop. There is no doubt that this sword manual is really detailed. From the basic sword technique to the final Wind Cloud Dragon Sword, it is all filled with pictures and words containing the true meaning. There are many complicated and hard to understand parts with annotations. Just now, when I looked at it, it was really smooth. I feel that even if there is no one to guide me, I can still learn it. That's true. Shuriwen nodded slightly. I heard that the initial version wasn't all like that, and there were very few who could cultivate it. That was until Zhong Shou entered grade 9 a year ago, after fixing these 9 true Dragon Sword manuals once more. Now, in Gantian Mountain, there are already 300 people who have cultivated this true Dragon Sword technique. Actually, this sword manual not only has the true Dragon Sword technique, but also Zhong Shou's sword path insights. In the future, even if you don't train in this true Dragon Sword technique, it would be good if you could comprehend some mysteries. Based on what he knew, because of these 9 sword manuals, the current Gantian Mountain had become a holy land for factionless cultivators. In the future, the value of this sword manual would increase by several times. The matter of Long Ing's stepping into End Realm would spread across the cloud world. The swordsmanship that was passed down would definitely cause all cultivators to scramble for it like ducks. Be it those low-grade cultivators or Celestial and Saint Realm experts, they would all take a look. Naturally, the sword manual itself to be extraordinary. 9 grade 7 legendary sword techniques, several grades higher than the current martial path in the cloud world. And Zong 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 Zongs to Zong Shou to Zong 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 to Zong to Zong 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 to become one of the 7 End Realm experts. Zong to Zong Zong Zongs. Grade 11 ability, grade 12 world destroying. All of them are possible. Shuriwe himself couldn't take it anymore. After the battle with Zhong Shou, he ran into Gantian Mountain City. He tried his best to copy such a set of books. Sure Wuji's eyes shone. I heard that as long as one is a citizen of Gantian Mountain City, one can cultivate at will. So it is true. He had followed Shuriwe to take a look at the book hiding pavilion at the waist of Gantian Mountain. Those martial path and spiritual cultivation books were really eye-catching. The grade 7 books within weren't just the 9 true Dragon Sword manuals. There were actually over 38th grade earth-crushing martial manuals. It was said that they were all collected by Zhong Shou over the years. As long as one had enough rights, they could take a look at them. On the streets, there were many martial artists and spirit masters. One could see dojos all around. Touring the city, there were pretty much no beggars. Even those nobles followed the rules. They didn't look any different from normal people. Shuriwe was startled when he heard that. He didn't expect that what Sure Wuji cared about would be this matter. However, thinking about it, Sure Wuji's background and past experience, he understood. That might not be the case. If one doesn't have enough talent, if they don't work for Gantian Mountain for 3 to 5 years, they can only look at it and sigh. Shuriwe shook his head. However, on his face, he was filled with respect. This Zhong Shou's way of doing things is really unexpected and terrifying. Our Taishang country rulers, apart from the army, all banned martial arts. They went all out to suppress the factionless cultivators and sections. This Zhong Shou did the opposite. Just that book-hiding pavilion could take in half of the factionless cultivators. There are numerous dojos in the country, and it would cause numerous sects to rise up. They all said that Gantian Mountain has a strong martial culture. It really is true. Sure, Wuji smiled when he heard that. However, he didn't care about the first few sentences. Having a place to learn was better than having no chance at all. As for working for Gantian Mountain, it wasn't much. A few years ago, when he started to understand things, he understood that in this world, to get something, one had to pay something. It was impossible for there to be no price. There wouldn't be free meat pies falling from the sky. However, he didn't pay attention to the last few sentences. Shiryue's tone changed. However, martial artists often like to be strong and use martial arts to break the rules. As time goes on, it would cause chaos in the world. Moreover, if there were people with evil hearts who learned high levels of martial path and spiritual techniques, they would definitely cause chaos. Although this martial culture can increase the strength of Gantian Mountain, it will cause many problems. I won't take it. In the future, if your third uncle can take over, he will ban martial arts to make the cloud world peaceful. Sure, Wuji looked at Shiryue with a weird expression. He could hear the decisiveness in his tone. He only felt that what he said made sense. However, for some reason, he didn't think much of it in his heart. When he walked on the streets of Gantian Mountain, he didn't see any cultivators bullying others. Thinking about it carefully, Sure Wuji suddenly had an understanding. Looking at Zhongsho's way of ruling, he wanted to merge the interests of all the cultivators and sects with Gantian Mountain to fit them into the country. To make those martial cultivators and spirit masters voluntarily maintain the order and rules set by Gantian Mountain. As for his third uncle, he wanted to do it once and for all. He hated cultivators who ran amok. When everyone was no longer able to practice martial arts, then naturally, no one could bully others with their power. The former needed to spend large amounts of time and effort. The latter seemed much smaller. In his eyes, it was tough to differentiate between the two methods. However, Sure Wuji wasn't interested in this matter. Seeing that Shiryue was really talkative, he asked curiously, 3 days ago, between you and Zhongsho, who won? Shiryue's breathing instantly stopped as he coughed dryly. This sentence was something Sure Wuji would ask 10 times a day, making him annoyed. Thinking about it, Shiryue sighed. His nephew was good at everything, but when he was stubborn, it was a headache. This battle will end in a draw. Chapter 787. This battle was a draw. Oh, Sure Wuji listened on quietly, like he was willing to listen to the details. That day, he saw everything from start to finish. The heaven-reaching platform that Zhongsho was standing on was forcefully destroyed by Shiryue. However, in the end, it was his third uncle who took the initiative to retreat. You want to know who was stronger between Zhongsho and Shiryue, and how strong was he? That monster king was invincible in the cloud world, but Shiryue was able to go up against him. Just watching this battle from afar was enough to make his blood boil. So, apart from what he knew, there were such exciting things in the cloud world. This was why he cared a lot about the outcome of the battle. At the start, Shiryue was really confident, but then he sighed. They said that it was a draw, but thinking about it, I lost to him by a little. Sure Wuji thought to himself that this was the case and found it amusing. Who knew that Shiryue had such a side to him, that he cared so much about his face? Shiryue's mind was really sharp. Although Sure Wuji didn't show any weird expressions, he still noticed something. He looked over with a smile. This isn't me caring about my face, but the truth. Although we only exchanged 3 fists in this battle, that Zhongsho saw the weakness of my God Emperor fist and broke my fist technique. However, if we continued, the outcome would still be uncertain. Sure Wuji felt awkward, and then he didn't believe it. Shiryue didn't come to search for the Bloodsword Monster Lord to verify his fist technique. Since victory and defeat weren't decided, then why did he hurriedly retreat? Then he heard Shiryue say expressionlessly, "The reason why I retreated was because this person saw through my true strength in just 2 swords. Power and strength are external, but they have other foundations." When he heard this, Sure Wuji exclaimed and looked at Shiryue with a weird expression. He thought to himself that the words power and strength weren't Shiryue's true foundations. Then he understood. Such a person would definitely have some foundations that no one knew about. There was probably another reason why he didn't tell him. He, Shiwuji, was just an illegitimate nephew of Shiryu, and was a stranger to him. She couldn't possibly tell him everything about herself. What a pity. This Show should have been the best opponent for me to verify my Emperor Fist. However, if we continue to fight, my foundations won't be a secret in his eyes anymore. Sighing regretfully, Shiryue's face was also filled with regret. Actually, the two of them didn't go all out, so there's no victory or defeat. The reason why I said that I lost to him was because after the three swords clashed, I was still totally confused about his daos and knew nothing about them. Do you understand now? Seeing Shiwuji nod his head in confusion, Shiryu smiled. If we really go all out, your third uncle will most likely lose. However, the future was long. Although my martial path isn't as good now, I have already formed my foundations. It was much easier to go from simple to complex. However, what the Demon Lord learned was complicated and ever-changing. How could it be easy to go from complicated to simple? My battle with this monster lord has just begun. The moment he said these words, Shiwuji was even more confused. Shiryu was halfway through when he suddenly stopped. He raised his head and his expression relaxed. It is finally over. At this moment, the raging storm in the outer region finally showed signs of stopping. The 5 faintly discernible auras that seemed to exist for eternity returned to silence once more. The outer region world river could finally be passed through. Shiryue's lips curled up. He knew that the battle with Zhongsho had finally come to an end. Who knew what the outcome would be in the end? However, no matter what, the cloud world probably couldn't hold that bloodsword monster lord anymore. With a thought rising up, Shiryu swept up Shiwuji. Outside of the void world, it was still shaking nonstop. He forcefully stepped into the void. At this moment, Zhongsho, who was at the peak of Gantian Mountain, was also paying attention outside of the cloud world. When the storm calmed down, his expression relaxed. He also didn't know what exactly happened outside of the cloud world. However, he could sense that there were already 3 end realm auras that were leaving. At this moment, Longying was perfectly fine. Zhongsho wasn't worried about Longying's safety. Close to 6,000 years of accumulation at peak Saint Realm was really amazing. With Longying's strength, he could have stepped into End Realm long ago. The reason why he delayed until the 5 decay was because he couldn't find the path to True Realm. Longying's personality was really firm. If he couldn't reach the peak of the sword path, then he would rather die and reincarnate than step into End Realm. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. This was why he had accumulated so much. His master Longying, even if he had just entered End Realm, he would still be able to go up against those few End Realm experts 10,000 years ago. The one who was truly worried was A.O. Kuan. However, at this moment, Longying's spiritual sense made him relax. Although A.O. Kuan was injured, his life wasn't in danger. At this moment, he was saved by someone. Based on what Longying said, it was one of his lovers. Coming back to his senses, Zhongsho looked forward and then he was worried. He saw a giant silver cocoon floating on the peak of Gantian Mountain. In just a few days, this thing had swelled by half its original size. It hung on the peak of Gantian Mountain, giving off a shocking aura. Within the mountain city, an incomparably huge shadow was cast. However, if the people in the city looked up, they would notice that there was a blue sky above and there was no silver cocoon. In Zhongsho's eyes, he could see numerous silver-white energy being sucked out from beneath Gantian Mountain and gathering into the silver cocoon. There was heaven and earth spiritual energy and also that so-called king energy. What would this silver dragon look like when it broke out of the cocoon? It was impossible to advance. It wasn't easy to jump from initial God Realm to late God Realm. Based on what Kong Rue said, it seemed to be solidifying. This Yin dragon seemed to be using the saint power and essence blood of the Xuanwu saint beast to recover the strength it had when it was alive. Sucking out the Saint King energy from within Gantian Mountain would cause it to merge with the fate of Gantian Mountain. However, when Zhongsho asked how it was godly, Kong Rue was really mysterious and didn't say much. Zhongsho guessed to himself. Could it be that this imperial astronomer was pretending to know what he didn't? However, if this dragon could become stronger after breaking out of the cocoon, then he would be happy to see it. Although he was really annoyed with this fellow. However, once he left the cloud world, Gantian Mountain needed someone to protect it. After this battle, Longing wouldn't return to the cloud world as he was too far away. It wasn't convenient for End Realm experts to appear and interfere. Ao Kuan breaking out and personally killing Huayan was like a heavy slap to the face of the Taoist faction head. After becoming enemies with the Taoist faction, he couldn't stay in the cloud world. Now, the only reliable thing was this country protecting Saint Beast. Chapter 788. Looking at the aura, this dragon's strength wasn't just at God Realm when it was born. Who knows, it might be a Saint Realm dragon. A middle-aged man's voice suddenly rose up from the side. The voice was clear and filled with doubt. Zhongsho turned around and saw that it was Kong Rue. It had only been a few days since he ate up Kong Yao. Each time he looked at this imperial astronomer, Zhongsho would feel slightly awkward. So, his country father-in-law. Zhongsho said. Although he didn't bow due to his identity as ruler, his expression was really respectful. He actually agreed with Kong Rue's words. He was also really curious about the identity of this dragon. However, during the Cloud Desolate era, although there were many Saint Realm experts that fell, if it was limited to the dragon race, there were only 3 to 5 of them. As for those of the same era as the Xiang King, there were even fewer. Out of the many god-beast races, the dragon race was the strongest. Similar to humans, they had a complete legacy. There were records of the Saint Realm experts that fell during that time. However, Zhongsho used up all the records and still wasn't able to find out the name of this dragon. I am curious, who knows which Saint Realm true dragon fell in the Cloud Dream Swamp? I remember when the Qin dynasty was established, they slaughtered beasts everywhere. When the Xiang King fell, the dragon race started to leave the cloud world. However, although he was curious about this matter, there was no need for him to get to the bottom of it. He was more concerned about proper matters. So he changed the topic and asked, "Country father-in-law, did you come here because the seal is cast?" "That's right." Kong Rue nodded slightly, following which he placed a palm-sized golden seal in front of Zhongsho. Zhongsho's expression was really solemn as he took the seal in his hand. It looked really normal, but when he held it in his hand, it weighed 100 million kilograms. Naturally, it was still as light as a feather to him. It wasn't because he had the strength of the 36 small Sumera mountains. It was because the seal was able to sense the king energy. Only when it was in the hands of the ruler of a country would it be weightless. Below the seal, there were 8 words. May the Deqian monarch live forever. This seal is made from Sumeru stone in the west of Donglin, enmity fire heavy earth, and 9 types of earth-grade metal essence. Imitating the seals of the various dynasties, fusing their essence, and forging them. It can bear the fate of a nation for a long time. In about 10 years, it would become a national treasure. Perhaps it is far inferior to your Avicii throne, but it is enough to surpass the Taishan. Kong Rue explained from the side. Even with his cautiousness, he couldn't help but reveal a smug expression at this moment. The Kong family had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, holding the position of Taichung Temple and the position of Imperial Astronomer. Almost all of the Imperial seals came from the Kong family. There was also a complete set of secret techniques, as well as the artifact crafting array that had been accumulated over the generations. In these dozens of generations, the Kong family's most outstanding person, Kong Rue, asked himself that he was unparalleled. This seal was actually lacking in spiritual materials. The 9 types of earth-grade essence gold were pieced together from all over the place. Every single one of them was so insignificant that it wasn't even worth mentioning. This was also what the Donglin Kongqi dynasty had accumulated over thousands of years. However, Kong Rue was able to use spiritual formations to make up for what it lacked to form this seal. This was why the last two sentences weren't exaggerated at all. Moreover, I have left a lot of room for improvement in this seal. In the future, as long as I find suitable spiritual materials, I can merge in and refine it without harming the foundations. When Zhongsho heard this, he didn't bother about it, activating the Emperor Wind technique and injecting in threads of King Path energy. Then, scarlet flames ignited on the Imperial Seal. As the owner of this golden seal, he didn't have any specific feeling. However, at this moment, he could feel the changes in the ground beneath his feet. He knew that the golden seal in his hand was slowly increasing in weight. Where his feet stood, the half-a-foot area was slowly sinking down. Mygantian Mountain respects the fire virtue, which is why the fire formation is the main. As Kong Rue said this, he asked solemnly, "Ruler, are you really prepared to use Deqian as the country title?" Simple, easy. Zhongsho smiled. Although Gantian Mountain established a country, it didn't have a country title. Outsiders had always called it Gantian Mountain. In the past, they were small and didn't care. But now, whether it was the generals in the army like Kong Yao or the civil officials like Rinbua and Zhonghuai, they all had their eyes on Great Yu and South Wind Cloud Continent. 2 continents and 1 island, 10 states of land. Even in the Central Cloud Continent, it was considered a large country. This country title needed to be more formal. It couldn't let others laugh at Gantian Mountain. Zhongsho was too lazy to think about this country title, directly using the first Qian word of Gantian Mountain. Rinbua and the few cabinet officials along with the meeting hall didn't have any intentions to object. However, what is wrong with this country title? If it really couldn't be changed, then it wasn't that it couldn't be changed. He didn't fear the heavens and didn't believe in fate. However, recently there were too many mysterious matters. Due to the previous matters, Kong Rue's reputation amongst the Gantian Mountain officials was like the sun in the sky. If one said that this word wasn't auspicious, then he really had to care. How is that possible? This word is good. Kong Rue smiled and bowed slightly. The meaning of the Qian word is the heavens, the hero. I wish the ruler that you can unify the heaven world. Zhongsho looked at Kong Rue with a weird expression and then shook his head. He casually tossed the golden seal back into the Chongzheng Hall of the Hanyan Palace. This item was a country-protecting treasure, and it was currently being nurtured. At this moment, it could only be placed together with the Avicii throne. After 8 to 10 years, as long as it was within Great Qian territory, if anyone dared to offend him, he would kill them. Be it spirit realm or celestial realm, he could use this seal to casually slap them to death. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could burn them. This was what he wanted. As for unifying the heaven world, what a joke. In the future, even the God Emperor couldn't do it, so Zhongsho most probably had no hope. To have hundreds of worlds to go up against the Liu family was already enough. Moreover, wasn't it annoying to rule so many territories? However, just as this golden seal flew out from his hand, a suction force appeared in the air and pulled the golden seal up. Then, it turned into a golden light and entered the silver cocoon. Zhongsho's mouth was agape, only coming back to his senses after a short while. His face turned green as he asked, "Country father-in-law, is this a good thing or a bad thing?" Kong Rue was speechless. At this moment, he didn't know what the Een Dragon wanted this seal for. Although he had read many classics in his life, if such things didn't happen, then he wouldn't be able to find anything to refer to. After being speechless for a moment, Kong Rue spoke once more to console Zhongsho. "Ruler, don't worry. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Let's continue to observe the situation. I still have things to do and will take my leave." After saying this, he left, not willing to stay for a moment longer. Zhongsho's lips twitched. However, at this moment, he couldn't do anything to the Een Dragon. He could only temporarily stop and allow the golden seal to be snatched away by the silver dragon. Looking on as Kong Rue left, Zhongsho stared right at the silver cocoon. This fellow didn't give him any face at all. Sooner or later, he would settle the score. Scoffing coldly, Zhongsho stepped forwards and tore open the void. Tens of breaths ago, he had already sensed dragon shadows while summoning him from the void. Zhongsho delayed because he wanted to speak to Kong Rue. Since this matter was over, then it was time to meet the Qing Xian Taoist ancestor outside the void. Although they hadn't met, Zhongsho roughly guessed why the two end realms summoned him. However, this matter wasn't something that he could avoid just because he wanted to. He was prepared for it. The moment he stepped outside, Zhongsho felt a vast power spread over. He pulled him through the layers of space-time barriers and traveled at high speed. Moments later, the world in front of him changed. It was a world river that had just stabilized. Two people appeared in Zhongsho's field of vision. One was old, but his body was tall and straight. His hair was in a mess, and he gave off a majestic aura. It was his master Longying. The other was a Taoist in a green, celestial robe. Samaram's eyes flashed, and then he bowed. Disciple greets master, Qing Xian Taoist ancestor. Although Longying was a factionless cultivator, he learned many basic techniques from the Taoist faction. Common people's vast habitat was a combination of Taoist and Confucian. Even Shizi had to call him master. It was appropriate to call him Taoist ancestor. However, Zhongsho also remembered that this person was the one who caused Shizi to die. He was Zhang Shengdao's enemy. You are Zhongsho? Qing Xian's eyes flashed. Then, he hid his killing intent, and his expression was expressionless. To think that a disciple like you would appear under Dragon Shadow. This is truly unexpected. That is good too. During these 2,000 years of our Taoist faction, tens of millions of disciples were suppressed by you alone. You are really talented in terms of sword techniques. No one can compare to you. Zhongsho didn't know whether or not those few words were praise or sarcasm. He was too lazy to think about it, so he could only treat it as nothing. Taoist ancestor, you praise me too much. Zhongsho is just a junior. I don't deserve such praise. Is that so? However, it is true that you are invincible in the Cloud World. No one in the 6 factions of the Cloud World is your opponent. You wiped out close to 50 Taoist faction sects, 200 spirit realm experts. How majestic. Qing Xian smiled with an indiscernible expression. This Cloud World can't hold an invincible blood sword monster lord. I have discussed with your master. 2 months later, you need to leave the Cloud World. Within 20 years, you are not allowed to enter the Cloud World. Are you willing? Zhongsho raised his head and exchanged glances with Qing Xian, only to see that the Taoist ancestor's eyes were calm. There was no intent to suppress him. However, for some reason, that extreme sense of danger spread in his heart from start to finish. Zhongsho couldn't help but feel depressed, although he knew that this would be the outcome in the end. However, when things reached such a stage, he could not care at all. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely unhappy in his mind. He suppressed it and tried his best to calm down. Zhongsho took in a deep breath and then cupped his hands. Disciple understands. However, mighty Qian, within 20 years, the Taoist faction won't easily offend you. The other factions have the same promise. If anyone goes against it, sure, you can return to the Cloud World. The one who said these words was Longying. Qing Xian looked expressionlessly at Longying, the coldness on his face becoming thicker. That is the case. Like what your master said, if anyone goes against it. If your Gantian mountain faces life and death danger, you can return to the Cloud World. When Zhongsho heard this, he didn't ask anymore, directly nodding his head. Disciple agrees. Chapter 789. That's right. Like what your master said, if anyone goes against the rules. If your Gantian mountain faces life and death danger, you can naturally return to the Cloud World. When Zhongsho heard this, he didn't ask anymore, directly nodding his head. Disciple agrees. Qing Xian wasn't surprised, looking deeply at Zhongsho. With that, today's matter can come to an end. Take care of yourself. When he said this, 3 blue lights shot out from Qing Xian's hand and struck right at Longying. The illusory incarnation that had formed in the void also gradually dissipated. The world river instantly returned to silence. Zhongsho's brow furrowed. His face was dark. Longing smiled when he saw this. Are you angry? You kid, you forced the Taoist faction to such a state. You should be proud. The one who is annoyed should be Qing Xian. Zhongsho's lips twitched. Leaving the cloud world was something that he had planned to do. However, leaving on his own accord and being forced to leave were two different matters. He sighed slightly and knew that today was the 20-year agreement. It wasn't that Long Ying and Song Xingdao weren't strong enough, but that Zhongsho was too strong. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. However, since he couldn't be broken, then he could only move away. If it was just the Taoist faction, your senior master, and I would be able to deal with them if we worked together. However, this time it wasn't just the Taoist faction. The Demon faction and Confucian faction are also worried about you. Long Ying shook his head, explaining with a weird tone, although we don't have any intentions to turn on you. We have the same intentions. We don't want you to stay in the cloud world. As he said this, he laughed gleefully. Even I feel that your cloud world is breaking the rules. If you continue to stay in Donglin, the few factions in the world won't be able to survive. Actually, it is good that you leave. You have no opponents in the cloud world. The rise of the spiritual wave also needs time. Comprehending the heaven and earth could not be limited to a single region. Rather than that, why not head out of the cloud world? It will definitely be of great benefit to your cultivation. The outer region is dangerous, and there are many experts. You have to be extremely careful. You can't rely solely on your swordsmanship, so you have to be cautious. Zhongsho was speechless at first, but in the next moment, he laughed again. Actually, he had also thought about the matter of the various sects rejecting him. In today's battle, before he had even transcended his tribulation, several immortal realm cultivators had already fallen under his flying dagger. There was really no one in the various sects who could go against him. He must have a deep fear of Zhongsho. If he was still in the cloud world, he wasn't just a threat to the Taoist faction. To the 6 sects of the cloud world, and even the Taishang, it was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. No matter what they did, they had to be wary of his existence. Because of this, even the Kinzo sect, which had a good relationship with him, probably wanted to move him away. He was also more and more certain that the Central Cloud continent was in chaos. Disciple understands. I had such intentions long ago. He knew that Long Ying's words were both to console him and also to warn him. Zhongsho bowed slightly, following which his expression turned serious. What about Ao Kun? He and Ao Kun called each other brothers, but he didn't dare to say that in front of Long Ying. He was indeed worried about Ao Kun's situation. Before this, Long Ying only gave him a simple explanation. As for the specific situation, he still didn't know. That fellow cultivated the existence and destruction technique. Long Ying smiled bitterly, his expression filled with helplessness. I heard that you were the one who inspired this Tao. Speaking of which, you should know how badly that fellow was injured. You also know how much those few End Realm cultivators feared him. After today's battle, although he was happy, he would definitely be in danger in the future. Even I might not be able to protect him. The moment these words were said, not only was Zhong shocked. Mingyu, who hadn't left, was also slightly moved. Existence and destruction, this was the only Tao that could threaten End Realm cultivators. It actually came from Zhongsho. Zhongsho's mind turned. In just an instant, he knew everything that happened during the battle between Aokuan, Huayun, and Longxian. Using the destruction technique to directly destroy Huayun's Tao foundations. Although he could win, the price would be heavy. Frowning and thinking seriously, Zhongsho shook his head. That might not be the case. If Ao Kun grasped the life creation technique, he would use the destruction technique. Using the destruction technique to use the existence Tao. Although the technique that destroys one's Tao foundations can make one fear it. However, at the same time, it can make up for the weaknesses of others and help them perfect their foundations. Mingyu clenched her fists tightly, a bright glow appearing in her eyes. Why didn't he think about that? Qing Xian and some other people wanted to kill Ao Kuan as soon as possible. However, in this region, there would also be End Realm cultivators protecting Ao Kuan. In this region, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one had succeeded. Naturally, it was because one's Dao foundations weren't perfect. If there was a bit of hope, who wouldn't cherish it? At this moment, he was thinking about Song Shengdao, Yuan Jing Lin Xian Jing. His senior master used a secret technique to go through his tribulation and step into End Realm to deal with the spiritual wave. However, due to his lack of talent, his combat strength was much weaker than a true End Realm cultivator. Who knows if Ao Kuan would be able to help his senior master? In terms of friendship, Song Shengdao had helped out this time. Zhongshu was also really close to him. As long as he asked if the conditions allowed, he wouldn't reject. However, this creation technique? It was tough to find. If Shi Zi's master was here, he could teach longing. However, it was really rare to see someone who cultivated the creation technique and had some achievements in it. It is easy for you to say, how is Ao Kuan's matter so simple? After scolding him, a look of praise appeared on Dragon Shadow's face. You little kid are really smart. I've only just thought of this matter. However, Ao Kuan's problem isn't just because of the existence and destruction technique. This fellow actually went to cultivate the dragon swallowing secret technique without saying anything. Anyways, you don't have to worry about it. Just focus on cultivating. He stared at Zhongshu until he saw his disciple. He unwillingly bowed and agreed. Only then did Long Ying nod his head. A streak of true qi lifted up the ball of blue light from Qing Xian and hung it in front of Zhongshu. This is a gift from Qing Xian to you and is also one of the conditions. I have to pay a price for you to leave the cloud world. In the next few decades, I will be in secluded meditation. In the depths of the void, in the outer region of the desolate world. I won't be able to easily come back to the cloud world. When Long Ying said this, he specially looked at Mingyu. I know that everyone in Song Shengdao hates Qing Xian to the bone. However, the future is long, and you need to bear with it. You can't be rash. Mingyu will remember. Mingyu cupped her fists and bowed expressionlessly. Naturally, he knew what was going on. How was it easy to kill an End Realm expert? When Shizi fell, a total of 7 End Realm experts descended. 2 of them had their bodies destroyed and had no choice but to reincarnate. 5 of them were badly injured and still hadn't recovered. Hundreds of people below the Saint Realm died. Grade 9 cultivators were all killed. Qing Xian wasn't as strong as Shizi, but it wasn't easy to kill him. Long Ying's words were also a warning. Although both sides had joined hands, Song Shengdao couldn't do anything. As expected, Long Ying's solemn expression relaxed. With Wei Su, that kid in charge of your common people's path, I don't have to worry. Of course, if that day really comes, I, Long Ying, won't hesitate to lend a helping hand to your esteemed sect when the time comes. The moment he said this, his body flashed, and he disappeared from the world river. He had descended with his true body, and now he was leaving. Although he didn't purposely do so, the commotion was shocking. Hundreds of world barriers were forcefully twisted and folded. When they recovered, even Mingyu was unable to sense where he was. Zhongshu bowed towards the distance as a way of sending him off. Then his eyes focused on the ball of blue light in front of him. Inside were 3 blue pills. Around it was a cloud and mist, giving off a dense spiritual light. Various talismans and restrictions appeared, looking really beautiful. Who knows what kind of pill it was? There wasn't even a bit of medicinal power seeping out. Naturally, there wasn't any medicinal fragrance. It made one unable to discern the use of this pill. This is the Jade Xian Clear Purple Pill. It was refined by Qing Xian and is famous in the region. It can help one grasp the spirit and martial arts merger path before God Realm. Just as Zhongshu was filled with doubts, Mingyu finally woke up from her thoughts and explained to him. However, this item has its limitations. Before God Realm, one can only achieve 25% of spirit and martial arts merger and won't be able to improve further. It will be tough to break through in the future. As Mingyu said this, she gave out a mocking smile. This item is really precious. It can help one build the foundations of spirit and martial arts merger before God realm. It is priceless and comparable to the tens of most precious spiritual pills in the world. 3 Jade Xian clear purple pills are enough for you to leave the cloud world. That Qing Xian Taoist ancestor isn't willing to increase your combat strength at all. Long Ing Saint Venerable didn't want anything else but this item, which was why he forced him to take it out. This item is useless to you, Zhongshou, but it is what you want. A bright glow flashed in Zhongshou's eyes. Help one grasp the spirit and martial arts merger path. There is actually such a magical item in this world. As Mingyu said, this item wasn't useful to him, but it was what he wanted the most. Although there were many elites around him, they were all elites. There were too few people who could achieve spirit and martial arts merger. Before Kong Yao stepped into spirit realm, she should be able to do it. After all, in the last life, this future Taishan army god had already reached it. Ruo Shui and Xianyuan Iren couldn't do it. Even though the two of them had decent talents, they were still a little away from spirit and martial arts merger. Zhong Yuan did have the talent, but unfortunately, the time he spent cultivating was too short. Till now, his spirit master strength was only grade 5. He was naturally lacking, so he probably needed to borrow external help. Shirulin had her master taking care of her, so Hanfang was probably prepared. He didn't need to care about Chu Shui. Since she was taken away by Fan Ming, he didn't know where she was now. As for Run Tianxing, he was a general that he relied heavily on. However, he couldn't see through Ren Tianxing and Zhang Huai. Zhongshou had seen Ren Tianxing attack a few times. If what he guessed was right, the two of them definitely had some kind of secret technique. They couldn't achieve spirit and martial arts merger, but they could achieve something similar. Their master's background was definitely not ordinary. It was probably some expert in the Cloud Desolate era. With these 3 Jade Xian clear purple pills, it was just what he needed. To be continued. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.